is my lips. Stop talking and kiss me. It's a summer hit. Skyline hot and hazy, full of hot air balloons. Coastline in the summer. It feels like you. Feels like you. It feels like you.
Hello. Today is part 3 of the story. How exciting. Big story on the chapter. Yeah. So that the last time we pushed a lot of story and got through to the animation, which was the tutorial. And now from what I've noticed is most of the stages only have like one story bit. So we could get through a lot today. However, there's a big chunk right in the center. So that one in particular is going to take a lot out of me because those go on for quite a bit. And before a story bit is actually 30 minutes of reading, it usually will be. When I say the story bit, it means there's no stage. It's not a stage. It's a story stage. The story node. And those usually can last 30 minutes. Oh, I mean, they could, but usually they have a general length. So I don't think it'll take as long as the big nodes. Do note that there are stages that have no story. None. So we can literally just skip over those. So we made a lot of good progress yesterday, but we will probably be able to make even more progress today, just due to how little amount there is. You forgot whose theme it is? Virtuosa. You know, the sadistic murderer. Cute, why not go? I don't find her cute. Her personality fucks it. Just talking about looks. Fair. But yeah. I have a water bottle with me today. I also have a soda, and also I have a water bottle in the fridge. So I am good. I also have my honey cough drops, of course. For throat things, don't drink cold water. How soon after? Because I can pull it out of the fridge. None of it's cold. It's only been in the fridge for... Cold water won't improve your throat much. That's fair. I'll go pull it out of the fridge then. I just know tap water at room temperature just tastes like crap. So that's why I put it in the fridge for a bit. But we should be fine. It's not cold, but I will drink this one first. Don't worry. Uh, I have plans. Because... I also have a bit of food just in case. So, if you're curious of what I'm doing while we're currently waiting, what food? It's just pretzel goldfish. You want one? But yeah, I was doing this stage because I'm lacking in these chips. I only had a combined total of like 6. Wow, all of the other chips that I have a grand total of at least 15. Stream image was frozen for you? Should be good. Hey, Dad, welcome back. Or Gamer. Gamer works too. But yeah, we're doing more Chapter 13 today. It was really a me problem. Don't worry, nothing on your... Okay. Yeah, I did check. I did check just to make sure, though. It's always good to make sure. Because you never know. Let's get depressed, baby. There probably is more depression in the second half of the story. But they really hit us with a big one at the very beginning, and we dealt with a little bit last stream too. And Kibo's just here for logos because he doesn't read the story. Gotta sim for my men. Do me a recap on what you've seen so far. The last thing we saw was the tutorial mission. So the literal animation. 6 there, 6 there. Sweet. 12. But yeah, the last thing that we saw was the animation in Chapter 13. From the tutorial stage. Right here. So the next one is 13.8. Imagine using Chapter 13 main menu theme and not the IS4 main menu theme. Well, we're currently done with that, so... Now we, I just usually pull up the playlist that I have. But yeah, the currently done with IS4. I hate integrated strategies or IS. I really hate IS. Ow. But yeah, I don't play IS very often. Next month, September, I think we gonna get collab, and we will get all get collectively shell shocked and buying more rolls here for limited ops. Fortunately for me, I think I'm good. 172,000 with 56 extra rolls on top of that. I think I'm good. You despise reclamation algorithm? I love reclamation algorithm. I hate IS. RA2 is so much fun. I prefer RA2 where things aren't RNG based. SSS is so neglected by me, I stopped playing entirely or even going for the medals. I play SSS on occasion. If you like RA that much, you can do it on my account. I have enough to do on my own time. If you don't remember, last stream I talked about the like 4 to 5 of the games that I play off stream. An MMO, a shooter, a battle royale, an RPG, Arknights. Yeah. But yes, if you do like to joke a lot, I've noticed. So, we got 13.8 into the big story. I take everything seriously, life gets dull that way, because I don't know what's not serious. But yeah, this thing was crazy. Literal revived god or something like that. Uldaha. If I ever sent a Kappa, it was a joke. Well, you didn't send a Kappa after that one. You sent a smiley face, and that was it. Alright. Let's get into this. We got a lot to do. A lot to cover. Excuse me. Who's POV? Is it Inez? Ah, it's Inez. Let's go. Bumping into an old friend isn't necessarily a good thing for a sarcasm. I may not be a sarcasm, but I know to come prepared. When you're a kid, you're naive and stupid. A little camaraderie is enough to get you handing over your heartfelt trust. Even if the place where you built that camaraderie stinks as bad as Kasdel. Eventually, at some point, you grow up. Maybe it's the first time you kill someone. Maybe it's the first time you almost bleed out. Or maybe it's the first time you crawled out from under a pile of corpses. You start learning how to live in the grown-up world. You can be ruthless. You use any means necessary. You can even throw your friends under the bus just to live on. And nobody will hold it against you. And then a contrived plot comes around and you bump into an old friend. Honestly, after all these years apart, even if you're old friends, do you really have that much to talk about? It's just, when you were young and stupid, you handed over that trust. You built a friendship. But when you're at that age, you have the unique opportunity to talk about friendship in Casa without being laughed at. Ursula. Ursula. That's right. I said its name wrong earlier. We're done unloading. They're counting everyone in at the warehouse. Same as before. Steel, pure gold, originium, stuff like that. There hasn't been a personal transport in weeks. Sounds like most of the forces from the royal court in Kazdal are already here. It makes things easier on us. Back when the royal court guys were floating around, they'd come down here and complain to us. Make all sorts of trouble. Stop. That's enough for now. Oh, sorry. Hey, Commander, I've been posted at the way station for 6 months now. According to the rotation schedule, it's about time for me to... I haven't received any new orders for you. But your performance speaks for itself. I could approve 3 days of leave for you. Oh, our Ursula. Don't let it go to your head. Make sure to stay grounded. All your life in Kazdal, you were a cobbler. Your greatest accomplishment is nailing souls together. What are you in the running for? Unless you prepare to blow yourself up? Ursula, you're no fun. Get out of here, kid. I watch her profile, the corners of her mouth curling up. Thinking back to then. She carries herself the same way, at least. The young Sarkaz cobbler approaches Hodor and slyly hands him a flask. Hey, brother, hold on to this for me. She can't go a day without this stuff. Really something, man. Walking around with this piece at your side and still... Watch your mouth, cobbler. What's sweeter than honey? What's toxic as nightshade? Looks like he hasn't even had his coming of age yet. Those years with Her Highness Teresa did a lot to see these kids grow up nice and sheltered. Now he's in a war out here by Londinium. Brother and sister joined hands to create the worst joke in history. If only it wasn't a joke. If you open that notebook, I'm setting it on fire. Hodor quietly tucks away his notebook. You two haven't changed. That's nice. It's been years since that operation. Me, Hodor, and W, the old W, got ourselves into trouble. Killed some people we shouldn't have killed. It's not just the scar market. Showing your faces in Kazdal would be trouble for you. I see your names there a lot, on the bounty lists. You're famous. Just gonna lurk. Your voice is very soothing while I write. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. I've never been a cheap date. Sure enough, Ina's investment paid off well. We were all so young. Getting old now? I'm a Sarkaz. You're a sheep. In theory, I'm gonna live longer than you, Inez. We're all infected. So this isn't about racial lifespans. Good point. I'll drink to you and wish myself good health. I remember you used to say that if a Sarkaz wants to live long, she needs to keep a clear head before somebody else trades it for coin. Whoever wants it can take it. Victorian, Sarkaz, doesn't matter to me. She leans in close, sizing me up, then glances at Hodor. You've got wrinkles, Inez. I died 3 times and only got a few wrinkles to show for it. I should thank the myriad souls. You don't thank them. You're a sheep. As for Hodor, you're missing an eye. Want to see the socket? It's all thanks to that fine Cabernet woman right there. Right here. Lose an eye or lose your head. You had a choice. I guess Inez broke her heart when she made the move. Drop it. We're old friends getting together again. Can't we get back to a nice atmosphere of sentimental nostalgia? Talk about days gone by. Muse on the passage of time. We could talk about how you became the youngest major in the military commission. The driver of this skeletal Faramut. Commander Ursula. Yes, we should talk about that. Otherwise, we being who we are, we shouldn't be so warm and friendly. We could also talk about you, these two Sarkaz. One Sarkaz trader and one sheep. Why are you popping up at a secret military commission site? I know you were detained by Manfred, Hodor, and you and Inez who disrupted our operations, together with an obnoxious little girl planting bombs all around, stole into my territory in broad daylight. As an officer of the military commission, I can't very well let that go. It's 2 against 1 here, Ursula. Is it? Remind me, where are we again? Huh? Since when? Prismatic Queen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The girl wasn't like this before. You're welcome to try, Inez. She's wearing a smile, but she's dead serious. The most important thing I've learned over the years is to be true to my decisions. And Teresa's is your decision? No, the military commission is. You decided to go with Babel, or what is it called now? Rhodes Island? And I decided to stand with the commission. We decided our paths a long time ago. Ursula, we can still... No. I know what you want, Hodor. You haven't changed a bit. But we're not those kids who strutted around cheery for a whole day on the back of a single bounty anymore. We don't get to relax after our missions these days. No idle afternoons on the streets of Kazdel. We are Sarkaz, or at least we're citizens of Kazdel. It's our responsibility to make those streets and alleys a better place. Kazdel is the main issue here, Ursula. And you've got to admit, the military commission is the best choice we've got. Even Her Highness Teresa wouldn't disagree. It was the 2 royals who made Kazdel into a nomadic city. The both of them who made it possible for us to even talk about the future of Sarkaz. It was the same 2 royals who promoted me, giving a poor girl from the slums a chance to stand in the sight of the royal court, among those pure and ancient bloodlines. Once trapped, by naivety and compromise, the Sarkaz lose our chance at a true homeland. There's no room for me to hesitate. The Commission, it's the foundation for Kazdel to become a nation. Will there even be a Kazdel once this war is over? All I know is I'm no traitor. Sure, we were prepared to bump into this old friend from the beginning. Hodor tactily crosses from my side to confront this stupid girl, the major of the military commission. 10 minutes. That's my limit. Get as much intel on that thing as you can. I bypass several Sarkaz blocking my way, shadows entwining their ankles. I leap up, climbing the nerve clusters of this terrifying creature, the slippery feeling making me slightly sick. Is this a Faramut? I've never seen one before. Show me the secrets hiding in your mind. This isn't a good section to walk on. My luck has been pretty bad lately, always ending up in the body of some kind of monster. Last time it was the Revenant. This time it's whatever this is. I hope I don't have to jump off it this time. These nails piercing its spine must be some kind of witchcraft device. Are those nerve clusters trembling? Does this thing still have a will of its own? She's here. Ugh, how are they so quick? They climb up the skeleton in hot pursuit. The sinews between the bones become something like a ladder to them, with the splinters of fallen bones serving as their weapons. They know war. Also less trained a real elite unit. But they could stand to work in some variety. All they've got on me is numbers. Foreboding instinct pops in my head, and I instinctively dodge to the side. Hey, Silver, you just beat 13-15? Nice. Story is great so far. Oh yeah, it's real interesting. I'm a fucking Faramut. Crazy. And it may be even being controlled right now. Whew. A huge cluster of nerves come crashing down, and the bone fragments I have been standing on shatter and crumble. It's so hard on itself. Looks like every bone fragment, every bundle of sinew here could be a deadly weapon. That's a pain. Nerve cluster wraps around again. I sink my dagger into it so hard that it recoils violently, carrying me high into the air. Alright, so it has the most basic of reflexes. Good enough. There's a cabin up ahead. Right there. Wait, it's still alive, but it's all bone is spooky. Oh yeah, it's very spooky. This thing was so imposing when I saw it, but now that I realize it might actually still be alive, it's crazy. With all my might, I grab the dangling bundle of nerves and leap away. Whoa. Dust everywhere from wind-weathered bone. Should be the center. No clear interface. Is it driven purely by witchcraft? A willing slave? Or a marionette controlled by strings? You dodged my artsiness. That should have gone right through your heart. You still haven't fixed that old habit of yours. Your casting always deviates a little to the left. Luckily, I've been on the bad end of that enough times. Huh. You in a hurry? Did Hodor make a fool out of you? It's fragile, isn't it? Not as honest as it seems. We're not doing the stages because I've already done the stages. We did stages as a separate stream entirely. But now we're just doing straight story. Until the boss, because I haven't beaten the boss. You're welcome to guess. If you get the chance, I'd really like to hear about those 3 deaths you mentioned. Must be a thrilling story. You want to try once? No, I'd rather us live. If you can make it through the chaos and live on, that is. A tremendous force flips me over. The nerve bundle sweeps away, trying to tug me with it. And the Faramut is gradually swinging its body. They built a lot of cabins here. The thing tends to drift into space. What if the Faramut wanders when I'm not in one of the cabins? I really don't want to find out. I'm not Hodor. I'm not into becoming history. Shadows, like blades, sweep through the hull of bone. Save what's left of your dignity, Inez. There is no point. Your shadows can't protect you from the might of the Faramut. Could be moot. Faramut? I'm gonna say Faramut. It sounds better than Faramut. Faramut sounds like I'm talking about a dog. Weathered bone dust takes flight again, filling my vision. Thanks for the reminder. Hoderer. Oftentimes, even I have to admit that Hoderer makes a pretty good partner. I'm actually glad we didn't betray each other. It's hard to find a sarcasm like him. The past was tough, and the future's gonna be tough too. The dim firelight rises with the dust, twisting. His figure emerges from the embers. Sparks in the wind singe his cloak and my hair. Also, I'm pretty sure this is chapter 8. And sometimes, only sometimes, I'm willing to tolerate his obnoxious arts. We're well past the age when we can talk about friendship. But I'd rather live in a future Kasdel that keeps the silly naivety we always laughed at. The turbulence is intensifying. I grab his hand. Forgot to tell you, Hoderer. Manfred gave me your book. It's pretty good, I have to admit. You gathered up the bits and pieces, arranging them in chronological order, thinking you found the thread. But you've been running all this time. Do you plan to do this forever? Drop it, Ursula. Time to say goodbye. Hoderer, you're jumping with me this time. Don't get swept away by the turbulence of history. Never forget the present, the life that you're living. You're the boss. Boiling shadows point the way for us, scorched dust carrying us along. The illusions shift before our eyes. When I'm falling fast enough, I suddenly realize that history really does look pretty fragile and hypocritical. I see a vast and familiar battlefield, one of war zones from Kasdel where the flames are still burning. I recall the past. Hoderer always wanted to steer clear of the war that tore apart his people. I forced myself to turn my head, while he's single-mindedly focused on finding a suitable landing zone. Run away from the war? We weren't at Babel when Her Highness came under attack. We could have left Kasdel straight away. Why did we go back for W? Why join your reunion? Why lay low in Londinium all this time? What is Hoderer fighting for anyway? What am I fighting for? We break through the earth, the illusions vanish, and what we see, what was always there. He grabs my arm, telling me to be ready. Arts envelop us, and my vision clears. Shadows rise from the ground. Maybe we stopped running a long time ago. And that fucking skeleton is gone. This thing is fucking gone. Alright, time for the long one. Getting a drink. Having a couple of pretzel goldfish. Here, I'll put a goldfish on the keyboard for you. You can grab it at any time. Good luck. Oh, your stream froze again? You should probably fix that. Send it to you via fax? No. I don't have a fax machine. Not that old. You don't know why it freezes randomly? Well, I hope you get it fixed. It's definitely not on my end. I'll send it to him. True! Fair and Moon would be a perfect way to send it to him. I threw out my screen and the Fair and Moon didn't want to give it to him. Sorry. The myriad souls lie prostrate. Howling knocks on the door from beneath. Tangible usurps the intangible. Qui sar tuzja Taj. Qui sar tu Taj bears witness. The Black Crown imprisoned, the offender perpetually innocent. Because kings are born before immortality. Oh, we're back to Celtic? Hey! Is W back yet? No. The time she spent on this mission has already exceeded our worst case calculations. How's Nightingale doing? Shining looks past the window and at Nightingale, sleeping soundly under the trees outside. Not great. This is your favorite part? Thumbs up from me. We'll see why it's your favorite part. Liz has never been more stable than she is right now, but the amount of originium in her body is rising, and it's highly likely her nociceptors will be affected. This can't be an ordinary infection symptom. Perhaps it's due to the Sarkaz witchcraft devices on the battlefield. Or maybe the whispering of the Revenant. I don't know. There's no way I can tell Liz that I feel her pain, for I have no idea what's going on. But yesterday she was happily telling me how she hasn't been feeling any pain in her dreams for a long time now. You're hesitating. You've been like this ever since you returned from the confessor's place alone. Do you remember what you told me when you applied to come with me to Londinium? To heal Liz, Dr. Calcit. This goal I've never wavered on, ever. We may not know the exact status of her illness, but we all know what it means to heal her. The things we need to do will not change. On this I'm clear. I have faith in you both. The way you look at Nightingale isn't just with compassion. You're not just her doctor. She's healing your fears too. Her body has its issues, but she is a member of the followers as well as your companion, and not a delicate flower that needs your protection. Also, I figured out why this is a story node and not a stage node. Calcit's talking. The Confessor's secret is truly a sickening affair, but we might only be able to uncover the truth by facing the abomination lurking in the utmost depths head on. Arknights the upper. Yup. I know you be somewhat worried, but as I said when we first agreed to work together, Rhodes Island will help you if you ever need a hand. Thank you, Dr. Calcit. A blue fowl beast chirps as it lands on Shining's shoulder. This is Liz's usual way of greeting her. Liz is awake. I'll go fetch her. I'm fine, Shining. You don't have to look after me so meticulously. Liz, we were just discussing your condition, and there are some signs that aren't too great. The vicinity of Londinium has turned into a war zone, and there are some things that are affecting your health. Kelton and I are currently discussing our next course of action. This place is also just a temporary foothold. Shining, come here. Closer. Alright. Look at you. Why wear that face when you've already made up your mind? We can't run forever. The way things are now, we might as well confront them with our dignity intact, right? I know you'll stay with me, so I'd rather stay here and be a little more proactive. Liz, be strong, Shining. Your brows have been knitted ever since you met with them. Are you nervous? Oh, right. While I was napping on the tree earlier, I had a dream. I think we were children, walking in a stream. The water didn't even reach our calves. It was cold, but very pleasant. We didn't speak, only walking along quietly. And then I woke up. I saw a strange foul beast pecking at its own plumage. It seemed to be pecking at its bruise-covered body until it was entirely covered in blood. It gazed at me with a pleading look in its eyes, crying as it huddled in its own nest, but it was not liquid pouring down its face. It was white wax. Even its mess of feathers were all frozen, and it was still chirping before it died. That name bears witness. It was a strange melody that sounded like they bear witness. Liz? Shining spots a black foul beast resting on a tree, weakly nesting on a crown made of dead branches. It looks back at Shining, and a trembling cry resounds from its syrinx, a rhythm permeating. A black feather floats from the crown of dead branches. It covers everyone's vision despite its tiny size. You led me here, and so I've come to take you home, Liz. Monster! Return from whence you came. The structure is so fragile. Seems Teresa's blade is sharper than I imagined. Watch out, Shining! It's fine, Liz. He can't harm me. You've regressed. It will be a challenge to return your body to its peak condition. That will eat into my experimentation time. To think you'd willingly leave that sword lair of yours. The black foul beast rests on the dead branches in the confessor's hand. Its robust body is covered by an abundance of feathers shining with luster. It was reborn so easily and instantly from corruption. Seems like you're anxious about something as well. We have already arrived at the gate. We made great strides in our experiments, even just knocking softly on the door. You must attend the final ritual. Monster, meltdown! 5 minutes will be enough, Salus. Stop her with your life. Do not let them hinder me. Of course. A black curtain of satin drapes down. It binds the howling monster in multiple layers, giving it less and less space to struggle. Her arts are black? Is that Amia's? What have you done to her? No. They didn't defeat her. I should have been able to present the King of Sarkaz to the leader unharmed. It's a pity. But no matter, even just getting a glimpse can let the fake take another step forward. So, little creature, don't disturb our leader at work. Follow me elsewhere to wait until he's done. Monster! Calta, you're in no shape to exert yourself. I said last time that our next meeting would be on the battlefield. Oh? Then why are you concealing your sword even now? You swore to sever your ties with our lineage when you left home. And this whole time I've been looking forward for you to return and fulfill your promise. I gave you time, but you disappoint me again and again. We were supposed to produce the next me. We would have created the most intangible bloodline in the last 100 years. Ugh. Sharp but so impure. What happened to your soul? Did you think you still had hope to cling onto after leaving us? Liz, come back. I won't let you manipulate me. Oh? You're a creation that has surpassed my expectations. You're supposed to be just a shell, and yet you can touch me. Now, Shining. I can't hold on much longer. A strange feeling surges from within Shining. Nightingale is resisting the Confessors, and even suppressing him. The ancient devil's soul has never manifested in such a vulnerable state before. Bloodline. The word itself sounds unreal, but at this moment there only seems to be an extensive crack of blood right in front of her eyes. But Shining hesitates. Why is this so simple? How could it be this simple? Nightingale, stop! It's a trap. He's waiting for your arts to resonate. Time slows down. Monster fights with Salus as Celtic yells out. Everything flows past like streams of light. Both you and I know where fate will lead us, but those without self-awareness will only trap themselves in their own pitiful cage. It's futile to despise your bloodline and resist your fate. No one can deny the natural gifts bestowed by our bloodline. I will do for you what you're hesitating to do. To crack an opening in the cage. Enter it with me, and I will bring you back onto the right track. Think it through before you make your choice. An ancient sarcasm name. A white sword pierces through a heart atop a stone platform covered with damp branches. Shining remembers the first time she cried. She remembers how amazing it was, the birth of an unexpected emotion. A brand new soul is carved anew under the blade. Easy cheesecake. I will hydrate it for you. Here we go. Don't want to use too much. I've seen pain, your tears. Accidents are bound to bring surprises. You could have stopped your explorations here and now, but you just can't bear to destroy the ignorant consciousness in that hollow shell. And so you sow memories into the empty husk instead. She's Liz. She shouldn't... You did this of your own free will. Filled up this consciousness with a name, with Liz. Liz is afraid of the completely silent person sitting across from her at the long table. They agreed to sit here every night at the same hour for dinner together. But the white horned Sarkaz opposite her with a sword in her hands no longer speaks or moves outside of recording her every action she can remember today. Liz always asks herself, have I done something to upset her? Liz misses the beautiful memories of how their lives were before. I keep having the same dream every day. I dream of us as children, walking in a stream hand in hand. Now Liz has a question mark, because there was another name that was called to her. Then I flew upwards and kept going higher and higher. You couldn't hold me back, and I saw you crying from the clouds. Every time when I wish to return to your side, I always wake up in pain. I ache from your suffering, and I want to bear it for you. I just need you to tell me why you feel like this. Quisar Senag. Quisarsenag. This name means inseparable hope, our destiny. Poor Liz. She thinks it's all her fault, because the momentary kindness you showed her. I've already abandoned that sinful name. I'm called Shining now, and will always be. Is that so? Are you sure you can resist your family's destiny that has carried on for a millennium? I'm looking forward to it. Liz holds the blue fowl beast rescued from the river in her hands. The indigo feathers are trembling, and the cold river water makes her shiver. She thought Quisarsenag would get angry at her, but the sorrowful sarcasm merely weaves a brand new birdcage for Liz. Put it inside, and it'll stay safe always. I'm sorry, Quisarsenag. I didn't mean to endanger myself by going into the river to save it. But I just couldn't watch it die. I became fond of it the moment your family gifted it to me. It likes to fly freely, but once it gets too far away from me, it seems to lose its life and falls into the river. You say I did something similar yesterday, but I have no recollection of that at all. But I'll listen to you, and I'll put it inside the cage. I'll keep it safe. Please don't get angry. I promise you something so foolish as this won't ever happen again. Cages finally accepted their own duty, and you have also realized your own destiny. The more fragments and lies you fill her up with, the more confusion and suffering she goes through. I've listed those dusty fragments for her. There's no undoing her awakening, and eventually she will suffer as her rootless consciousness crumbles. I won't let that happen, Father. I'll end our sins with my own hands, and Liz will be cured. And what next? Isn't her regaining the truth the very thing you fear, my dear sister? This is the source of your woeful hesitation. I tolerate you wandering around with this receptacle, continuously strengthening this fragile cave, because I trust you to cherish it with your all, and you never disappoint me. Eventually you will come back to my side with the cage in tow. That's what you've done. Look, she even tried to cage me in, to create an opportunity for you to defeat me. Your rebellious love for her, and her fate-resisting conscience have sadly only become another catalyst together. You even want to use the hope she found herself? Shiny, are you here? I can sense your breathing, but I can't see you. I'm here, Liz. She can't hear your voice. We're walking with her tattered consciousness inside the cage. Shining sees the blue fowl beast, huge enough to fill her vision. Giant gray eyes look down on her. She is unable to see herself reflected in those eyes. The fowl beast's sharp beak opens and closes. A mellow voice trails in from nowhere. Shining, there's a vague question echoing in my head together with a name that stings me, but I can't recall it all. I might be able to remember it after we leave this place. I found that I can share the pains of others and slow down their lives withering away. You said we'd go faraway places to find a way to cure me. Maybe I can cure others in pain along the way too. She's submerged in those disorderly and fragmented memories and will eventually lose herself in them. Or perhaps she'll go mad. Or maybe she'll end her own life before that happens. But you know how to solve this, Quisar Sinag. I have taught you. Draw your sword and cut down your blood relatives here and now. Our souls will reconnect with your sword as a bridge, and you will give birth to ancient power. This is your inescapable destiny. Become one with me, and use the remains of your bloodkin to nourish her consciousness that will stay shattered otherwise. Forgive me, Liz. Shining clutches the sword in her arms, and the confessor's hand is already pressing on the scabbard. At last, Quisar Sinag. Day and night are about to pour out from the sheath, but a single hand holds on to Shining sleeve. Shining, I like your new name much better. Liz. I feel like I've slept for a long time, lost myself in the infinity of fragments. But I heard your voice, and you guided me to a place buried underneath the countless fragments. I dug up some of my splintered memories there, and I still haven't remembered them all. Both blue and green? I think it's more like a teal. Like, I don't think it's different colored eyes. I'm pretty sure that it's just lighting. Because as you can see, more of the light is shining on the left side of her face, so that eye is getting like a little more brighter color. Like you can see like a little bit more like reflection shining right there, and you see less of it over here. And I still haven't remembered them all, but I've recalled the question that I should have given you my answer to long ago. I forgave you long ago, even before you resolved to seal all of the memories of that laboratory away. So I'm angry with you for deciding to act on your own without asking me. Liz, I've always loved the name you chose for me. I didn't expect to get Nightingale lore in this chapter, but I'm glad I did because the CG was beautiful. Oh yeah, this is a beautiful CG. Such a cute little smile. Don't run away and bear everything by yourself. Didn't we promise to face it all together? Shining sees Nightingale's eyes and her smile. When she comes back to her senses, the hand has already quietly slipped away from her sleeve. Anyway, back to lurking. A tragedy we have here, but the ending has already been determined. You killing me will turn you into the breeding ground for the next in our bloodline. Or you can look on helplessly as you watch me take her away and drown in your regrets after. It's all the same, sister. Sir, we need to retreat. Ascalon! Ugh. How many bloodlines have you yet to touch, Chimera? Show me. Not gonna lie, I always thought Liz was short until for Elizabeth. Didn't think it was just Nightingale's name. Yep. Someone correct me, but I think Elizabeth is the lengthened name. Liz is just the shortened nickname. I could be wrong, but it might actually just be Liz. I don't remember all of Nightingale's lore, let's be honest. I haven't built the character. How many bloodlines have you... Oh, yeah, I already said that. How many times can you put blood back into your body and tell yourself your own fate? I'm sorry, is there 2 monsters now? But Monster's confused. The other one's angry. Now Monster's excited. Your little monster's copy is quite poor. Is this because you're not as strong as you were before your rebirth? Or is Kalsa, beloved of all tribes, even more injured than I thought? Fake is now disdainful. Oh, Damatsi! It's like puppies seeing another dog. Quisar Tusaj. The other part has chosen you. So what will you bring him? That name itself is the answer. Indistinguishable hope. Quisarsenag. The cage is already awake. If you continue to keep her by your side, she will only, like the dewdrops of early dawn, evaporate and fade away in the light. I will take her away, and I will help you maintain her. I will help you make amends. I will forge this cage into a crown. And then you will. We will be. The King of Sarkaz for all eternity. We can't lose Nightingale. How will we deal with the arts bosses? What do you mean? I've done it and I don't have her leveled at all. There's no point in chasing after him. She just makes them all such a walk in the park. My point exactly. Take stock of our losses and prepare to move at once. We still have unstabilized wounded, but our cover here has already been blown. Counts it. Operator Nightingale is an employee of Rhodes Island Medical Department. We will not allow anyone to take her away or to do her harm. I like making it easier on my end, thank you. That's fine. I don't like to make things simple. But we might place her in greater danger if we make any rash moves. After all, we're facing an immortal Lord of Fiends that have been coveting the crown for thousands of years. The one who knocks on the door, the king of usurping kings. I knew the threat of the confessory since the days of Babel, even though my numerous countermeasure attempts were all in vain. Teresa's concealed them so well that everyone merely thought of them as the regent's guards. Please be at ease. I know what we have to do now. I thought you'd be less calm than this. What's your plan? Liz. She has made her own choice. A choice even I never dared to think of. Daring, aggressive, and also the most effective method. Seems like the one afraid of loss and death has always been me. What I need to do. is to catch up to her. I believe in you both. How's Amia? Asked Galan. She and the doctor were also beset by the Confessory's surprise attack, and are now with Logos. Amia has been affected by some kind of witchcraft. The one who they call Salus tried to seize the King of Sarka's power from her directly and failed. But Amia's current condition is very strange. She's fallen into a coma. Amia's connection with the Lord of Fiends is only going stronger, so we can only place our faith in her. We also discovered that several of the vampire art circles, accompanied by some allusions from history. The doctor mentioned that the Originium used to build these art circles was very special. Special. Well then, Lord Damazi, I thank you for your assistance. What do you seek from us? We seek change, to hone ourselves, and meaning. We seek the meaning of living a long and disordered life. You will show it to us, and we will verify it. That's all. Tell Closure and Feist to sweep this place thoroughly. We'll leave in 3 hours. Leave a message for W to head towards Brentwood as per our original plans. We really have to hurry. Demacia is operators soon? I don't know about that. They still seem to be a wild card. Hey, Uncle Noel. The lens of my glasses fell out again. Who are you? You're new, Noel. I told you so many times your ears are too soft. You grip on the frame so hard every time you feel your glasses sliding down that you break and change their shape. So of course the lens won't stay in place. Let me have a look. It's because you gave me such a heavy pair to wear. But I found a better method. Look. Little Susanna pulls out 2 leaves from behind her and wedges the stems on her ears with the tips resting on her nose bridge. Looks like a Silver Ash relative. Sexy mofo has no right being handsome. Glasses of green, fashioned with leaves. Ta-da! What do you think? Can you see with them? I can, really. Just face the sun like this. The child goes over to Noel and puts 2 leaves on his eyes. Noel's vision is filled with a verdant green. Alright, kid, you... just look. Leaf veins. The sunlight at noon in the forest is not very strong, but is enough to shine through the thin leaves and reveal their interlaced veins, clear for all to see. How is it? You can see, right? You won't see anything interesting with that frown always on your face, Uncle Noel. He stares blankly at the sun with the leaves covering his eyes. I can't see anything at all. But I know of a story from Jan of the East, a tale of missing the forest for the leaves. Nuh-uh, not listening. You're as boring as ever, not Noel. The child with the glasses made of leaves comes and goes like a breeze, and disappears in the distant camp in the blink of an eye. Tallulah. Seems like you don't get along with the children, Mr. Noel. If it isn't Tallulah. Done with work? I told that story to my son once. However, he didn't like hearing my stories either. Maybe I'm just not suited for it. You have an abundance of experience, even if we only know from a smattering of phrases. An average downtrodden Victorian optometrist who fled here after his shop was taken away from him amidst the war. He sympathized with the infected who were being discriminated against, and so chose to join their group and help out a little with his abilities. You've always displayed a respectable character ever since I got to know you, Mr. Noel. It's because of that I... Please speak your mind, Tallulah. I'm just curious why a long-lived like you would deign to conceal your identity and do such insignificant things. I noticed, of course. This is still much better than the worst-case scenario I thought of. However, you can deny it, and we'll speak of it no more. I'll tell 9, though. I won't. He smiles, plucks a leaf, and fiddles with it. There are actually many Victorians who I'm well acquainted with that know my identity. I only wish to avoid scaring my travel companions. But I'd like to correct you on one point, Tallulah. I'm not deigning to act like this. My longevity aside, I doubt I am more talented than ordinary people. The long-lived gain their longevity through different means, as diverse as the original arts they use. But we weren't always influential figures, Tallulah. In fact, I'm much more interested in your story. Descendant of the Red Dragon, founder of Reunion, and the leader of the infected movement that took off in Ursus. To think you still act so shrewdly towards a so-called long-lived. Who exactly are you, Noel? Just some guy. 150 years ago I was telling my third son the tables that I learned from my travels in Yan, and he left my side from impatience. Hey, Scarlet. And as I stood before his granddaughter's granddaughter, I was once again a stranger in a large family. So now I harbor anger and pain inside me, giving up entirely on both family and love as I try to locate the village hidden in Victoria who manipulated my fate. The villain hiding in Victoria. How you doing, Scarlet? And I didn't expect you to be here yesterday, and I didn't expect you to be here today. What's up? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Spent the last century researching the long-lived, the gods and the masterminds, the immemorials, and myself. I tried to benefit from the system of nobility, to hone my original arts, to accumulate wealth and exchange it for secrets. I tried every method you can fathom to get closer to the truth, but I haven't been successful at all. I didn't manage to become nobility or wealthy. I only had a little shop. That's all I really had. Combat abilities-wise, I might not even be able to defeat Guard. Time has only taught me to recognize the reality that I hold no talents at all. That's the story of an ordinary person, Tallulah. This tale I can freely share with you. Noel drops the leaves that were in his hand, and the breeze blows them far away. He dusts himself off and picks up his suitcase once more. Please, rest assured I hold no ill intent toward you, all. I only wish to find the hands of fate that cursed me. She hides behind the country, treating her monarch as her glove, and the city-state her chessboard. She merely looks upon everything labeled Victoria with a cold gaze. If needed, Victoria can even be destroyed and rebuilt, and topped off with a new flag after. How can I believe she isn't involved in our current turmoil of absurdity? She's definitely hiding within the Dukes, watching the sarcasm Victorians engage in mutual slaughter, Bloodshed and sacrifice are merely heartless parameters and indicators to her. Perhaps you might have been manipulated by a similar pair of hands before you have royal blood running through your veins after all. She has no reason to let you nor Alistair's daughter go. Me? I do know another conspirator, but he doesn't deserve to be called a god, nor can he manipulate my fate. But that's exactly how they live on, Tallulah. I want to know how to kill them, or perhaps how to kill myself. It's getting late. I need to fix little Susanna's glasses. Noelle, you, Tallulah, the reason why I willingly tell you all this, and why I joined Reunion, do forgive my selfishness. It is due to the intuition I've honed by the extra century I've lived. Dark? Welcome to Arknights. You two have resisted such a predetermined fate. All of you here have. And we got through that. Next is 1310. Where am I? Pain, rip, shatter. Every bit of suffering is piled upon my body. Every person killed silently is myself. No, I must. Why can I not summon the strength? Someone seems to be urgently calling my name. Amia, you promised me. Is that the doctor? I can't tell. I want to reply. I try opening my mouth just to tell the doctor I'm fine. The pain starts to fade away as the chaotic scene finally becomes clear. I search for what strength remains in my body. I see cities devastated. I see Iridium blanketing the land. I see you. The fuzzy echoes get further away as I open my eyes. This is a battlefield. My battlefield. The battlefield of the King of Sarkaz. An army lies dormant behind me, silently raising their banners up high, soaked through blood, pain, and suffering. Oh no, she's definitely still in a coma. Of ours, of our enemies. We will take this last city. The resistance has reached an end. You are the king of the Natsura court. What's your name? I have no name. I am merely your loyal subject, King of Sarkaz. This is your fate. You will bring us salvation. All that we fervently wish for. All that we have finally achieved. Salvation. I nod slightly. A droning cry fills the air, declaring a new chapter of destruction. The earth beneath my feet. It squirms, it curls, all because of me. This is the grace the Lord of Fiends have bequeathed the lands. The formation begins advancing. Your will is our will. You have answered the prophecy, and thus it will yield its rewards. Please leave it to us. This battle will not drag much longer. Prophecy? Prophecy. I once heard that. You look exhausted these days. Amiya, you can't go on like this. You need to rest. Teresa? Is that it? I'm exhausted? We fought a difficult battle at the Defense Forces control tower, with Kaltzit taking a serious injury. Norport Boro has been locked down, all its residents left for dead. We are at the tender mercies of Victoria's catastrophes, but our military is yet to give up. Within the Sargonian City of Gold, the Zaiden Millennium, old roars nailed shut in their coffins. Zwillingström's spires rotted and crumbling, not a tune ever to ring out again. Hey, that's Virtuoso's event. The eternal holy city of Laterano, its pure white cathedral dyed in black, their ancient betrayal paid in full. Even under the tides, the arrogant Aegir bow their heads to me. For those still try to uphold their dignity, I claim them one by one. In all of these, one solitary figure remains constant. Is this all of my doing? Is all of this my doing? These are all the things you need to do, Amiya. You have come to the origin of it all. This is also our fated end. I feel something flowing out the edge of my eyes. Teresa raises a gentle hand and wipes my tears away. Don't be like this, Amiya. King of Sarkaz, I personally placed this crown upon your head and brought to you this pain and glory. Right, Kibo. Squint. We will face it together. This is the will of the myriad souls. We cannot deny it. The more you reject it, the more you suffer. The more you resist it, the weaker you are. Teresa's face begins to blur. All of them are telling me this, all at once. Across millennia, all the Sarkaz within the myriad souls, they are telling me this. There's no rebuke, no terror. They just truly wish for me to be at peace once more. We have seen so much defiance of fate. Prophecies manifest early before those who defy it, and it is clear as day where they will ultimately fall. We are grateful for those pointless challenges. Through their struggles, they weave an ode to heroes, yet the heroes themselves are destined to perish. The more you reject it, the more you suffer. Because you understand, all choices, all struggles, all fatigue, the sorrow you swallow, they bear no meaning. Rejecting it only embitters the gentle hand of fate. The more you resist it, the weaker you are. Because you realize, all fights, all resistance, the blood we spill, our haggard words, they have no destination. Resistance only fills your destined home with thorns. Why bother? Why bother? We only wish for you to rest. Close your eyes, Amiya. Close your eyes. Millions of kin bow down before my rested throne. They will bear Kazdel here. The king spurns them. The king drives them. The king enslaves them. This is your mission. This is my mission. This is my predestined fate. A good ending is never earned. This is fate. I tasted too much. I fought fate so many years. In the end, I could not win. But you, maybe you're... Will you admit it? Patriot. Chapter 7. You're afraid, little king. You know my ending. You believe all the prophecies will be realized. You will be the origin of ruin. You will be the harbinger of disaster. You decide. You accept. Really? I... Without exception, Amia. Even he, Buldrakisti, succumbed to fate. Are you stronger than him? Braver than him? Do you think those soft shoulders of yours can bear the weight of the frost and blades he's borne? At the end of your journey, you will regret. You will suffer for your sin of not being able to accept who you are. Look at your hands, child. Look at your hands. I glance down, failing at my hands. I try coiling my hands into fists. Is this my will? On the vast battlefield, I stand alone. Innumerable corpses. The black crown hovers above her head. I see you, black crown on your head, melting millions of lives into nothing but memories. I see the Lord of Fiends enslaving all peoples everywhere. You will regret. You will fall into regret, just like me. The final destination is still here. When death approaches, you will realize that all prophecies are inevitable. I am the most horrific disaster to afflict our world. Thank you, Sleepy Sharky Ghost, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am the most horrific disaster to afflict our world. I step forward toward Amia, toward myself, toward fate itself. Then, black arts weave into a sword, stabbing the Amia in front of me, stabbing myself through the chest. Then I will kill you. Even if you are me, you are the Lord of Fiends. I once made the same choice as you. I thought that I was strong enough, powerful enough to unbind myself from fate's shackles. You can't do it. Amia, you can't do it. Really? Maybe. You may have tried once. You have may have faced all sort of bitterness and still fallen into the same abyss in the end. But I haven't. I have not walked on your so-called fated path. I will challenge you. I will challenge you in the King of Sarkaz's name, Amia. If the end of it all was set in stone long ago by those prophecies you expound, if the meaning of our lives are just to prove your inevitable conclusion, then why do we live? Why do we exist? The Patriot's lifelong struggle, Calcit's assiduous choices, Doctor holding my hand and affirming our path. All this just to become a footnote in Fate's manuscript? I refuse to accept it. Amia, this will only beget pain. It will be an endless torture. Myriad souls of Kazdal, I ask you, did Teresa break out of her own fate? Even Teresa's Did he face you head on? Teresa, she handed over this crown to me for this. No stage clears? No, because I've already done them all. Except the boss. And if the stream where we read the story for the boss stage, we will complete the boss stage. But Sat Boost, welcome to the stream. She didn't believe in the predestined tragic future that you paint. So she is suffering now, listening to our voices with nary a rest. If only to relieve her burden, King of Sarkaz, you must. No. Teresa doesn't need any rescue. The King of Sarkaz will no longer be a symbol of conquest and revenge. Maybe that's why I must be the one. How arrogant. How conceited. No. It is only because I have worn this black crown that I brandish my sword at you. You cannot escape fate's choice. The further you run from it, the faster it will come. I won't run. I'll wait here for it. Fate. When your plans have dissipated, when your taunts fall short, I'll show you all. We, the peoples of this great land, can choose an ending for ourselves. Guard me about to show how broken she is. I find the strength in my body. They call this power the King of Sarkaz. But I know it was never about the king. This power is never meant for conquest, for subjugation. Its true objective is survival. Guys. The battlefield abruptly shatters. I hear a distant sigh. It carries no anger, no fear, no sorrow. Just a sigh. Was this a reply from the myriad souls? Or just myself sleep-talking as I wake from a nightmare? Amya, you're awake. A familiar voice beckons. I feel those lingering emotions dissipate. Do you feel alright? Any pain? You got hit by a confessor's witchcraft. Did you have a nightmare? The doctor's voice always calms me down. I'm fine now. I lift my hand, the black art sparkling out as usual. The King of Sarkaz. Doctor, this power is not a curse. It's not forbidden witchcraft that brings disaster. Teresa passed it to me so that we can use it to find our own path. I trust you. Doctor holds my hands tightly. You're up, Amya. I'm sorry. It's fine, Logos. Whether or not I was caught by Confessor's witchcraft, I would have had to face this self-reflection eventually. In my dream, those voices proclaimed this prophecy again. Prophecy? Yes, the prophecy the Patriot spoke of before he died. No matter what voices they were, it's all a trick of the Confessor Eye. Don't worry about it. No. Was that a method of Confessor's torture? Or are the myriad souls still deeply connected to my heart? Or maybe I still hold on to that scary prophecy deep down inside? It's not important, though. I already rejected their offer. Again. Good. I still want you to get a full checkup from Kaltzit, though. Your rings. I do. Logos, where are we, though? The sound of footsteps approaches. It's some sarcasm mercenaries? They're moving a crystal shard the color of blood onto a truck not far away. I recognize the girl leading them, Paprika. The doctor said she freed the workers in Highbury. Logos requisitioned the use of the Sarkaz transport squad's vehicle in the name of the Lord of the Banshees. We need to escape the Confessori pursuit. Yesterday, Closure's drones found us. W's safe house that they were staying at were also attacked by the Confessori. Nightingale was captured. Confessori. We let our guard down against the Sarkaz squad named after them. Teresa's plan also allowed them freedom of movement. However, they finally left the shadows they've been hiding in. Doctor, Paprika and the others are loading the Iridium samples you need on board, but they're still wary of us. Right now, they're only listening to me because they fear me. I might have to resort to threatening them with real curses soon. 5 batches of crystals should be enough. Amia's recovered as well. Then we will head to Brentwood next and meet up with Calcit. Doctor, you look uneasy. What's worrying you? I fear that Teresa's isn't looking for any sort of vampire witchcraft device. What he wants is an even more unsettling power. Uh-oh. Not good. Right into the next one. We'll go for as long as my throat can handle it. I still have a full water bottle next to me. Notice. Residents must comply with all regulations previously announced by the Commission. Must comply with all work safety regulations. No time off allowed whatsoever. Leaving your place of residence after 7 p.m. is strictly forbidden. Morning Mayor West in any manner is forbidden. Acting Mayor Frida West. Vendella! We finally meet Vendella! Yes! 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 I've been looking forward to meeting Vendella for this for so long. Oh my god, that scared me. Because I normally don't talk that loud, but Vendella is currently my favorite 5-star in the game. And because she is also her ENVA is my favorite EN voice actress. Cassandra Lee Morris. I still don't have the seed. This is where the depression starts in the story. Again, I mean. Can we still have those flowers ready by next year's Harvest Festival? I don't want my family's traditions to die in my hands. Come in. Magdalene? Magdalene. Interesting. Good morning, Magdalene. Bleh. I can't do it. Were you drunk last night? Old Hank and I had a teeny tiny taste of the mayor's leftover booze. I'll let you on a little secret. Mr. West had more than just fine wine brewing for the celebration. He was hiding a whole cannon behind our backs. Last time I saw one of those, it was harvest when we were 10. I understand that you love her very much, Soul. I just actually got startled when you yelled for Vanilla. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'll definitely invite her to the dance during the gun salute at next year's festival, Magdalene. You're still really drunk, you know that? I just hope that the flash powder hasn't gone wet. All the barrels it was stored alongside. It'll only be a few more days. Once we finish up that bloody thing the devils are having us build, they'll leave us alone. Then, when the time comes to next year's Harvest Festival, we get to celebrate and return our old normal lives all night long. Huh? When did you start hanging clocks in the greenhouse? It's a long time past the time everyone's supposed to gather to head to work. Are you skeeving off at work today? I won't notice a single man missing. I'm getting ready to head there. I know there's a back alley behind your greenhouse that leads straight to the work site. Strange, though. Them devils don't often loiter around here. Door's over there. I'll head right there right now. See ya. Wait, Will, don't open that door. Watch out. Ow, Magdalene. Did a flower plot crack my skull open? Nothing happened. You're still drunk. The door outside is that way. I'll take you to the work site. Right, I gotta remember to bring a bouquet to Mr. West. Shame he didn't get to taste the wine he was brewing. You didn't see the notice they put up today? What notice? Never mind. Take this flower. That's a bad idea. Brentwood was visibly deteriorated over the last few years. Although Mayor West racked his brains to try to turn things around, his ideas all yielded little results. Though caravans once visited in droves, none of them are willing to visit this forgotten town anymore. Everyone has been suffocating thanks to the ever-approaching war and the worsening situation in Londinium. 2 weeks ago, all of us gathered at the top of the town hall tower and saw a catastrophe cloud rising into the sky in Londinium's direction. One sec. Sorry about that. Bless me. Thank you. Thank you. Times two. You hesitated for half a day and gave up sending a team to Londinium to find out what happened. There were only the rumors that war had broken out. It was only when the Sarkhez came that the town regained its former vigor. They hired all of us with food. Everyone scrambled to line up for work day after day and gave everything their all in exchange for the limited food there is. We're all very industrious. In a few short weeks, the thing that they had us build is already starting to take shape. With the promise of survival dangling in front of us, we strain to forget how Mr. West died. If there's no one working the farms anymore, then what is the harvest festival that everyone is looking forward to actually celebrating? Will, they're coming this way. Wake up. Damn it, Will. I told you not to drink so much. Sir, this man broke the rules. I'll be taking him to confinement to reflect on what he's done. Looks like you enjoy the power we've granted you, feline. I just don't want anyone to break the rules we agreed on. I can tell you're trying to protect him. Childish tricks. You'd best remember how your unlucky father died. His Highness is willing to overlook your disrespectful attitude before. That alone is your greatest reward. What we need now are honest workers. It's that simple. It won't happen again, sir, I swear. That's right. Your legs should be shaking. Don't worry, you'll live. If you were dead, I'd have to find a... Sorry guys, profanity to do your job. I'll keep an eye on him. I promise there will be no delays. Better not be. I don't care who picks up his slack, as long as one of you does. A Sark has profanity. Because that's what it said. I don't know what word he said. It's so bad that the game labels it as too bad to actually say it. What do you think it would be? Nothing W would say. Actually, she might say it. I don't remember if she said sarcasm profanity before. She might have. Not you. Now get back to your posts. I don't want the boss to chew me out. Look, I've got a field of cotton to pick. I need to find myself some fields. I love how he's just Magdalene is like just standing there, and she looks at him when he says someone has to pick up the slack, and then he looks at her and is just like, not you. Just standing there looking cute. That's all she needs to do. But I wonder what her actual job is here. If it's not to do the work, what is her job? Scram. From far away, she looks dead inside. Frida is the one that looks dead inside. Look at that. Well, despite the fact that she's currently smiling. Both, to be fair, probably. I wouldn't disagree with you. Magdalene, please, let me take care of him. He'll sober up in confinement. I'm sober. I wouldn't dare fall behind on the schedule they set. Wait till you can stand before you act tough. If you pass out at the work site, I won't be able to save you. I shouldn't have given you the keys to the warehouse yesterday. Are those flowers for me? Huh, of course not. I got them to mourn Mr. West. You didn't see the notice I put out today? He had too much to drink yesterday, so... I'm sorry, Frida, I was only gonna have a little sip. You can still be dead inside with a smile? True. But that bastard Tom started spouting nonsense. He says you're a haughty traitor riding the devil's coattails. We're managing to get by these days only because you kowtowed to the devils. Old Hank and I were proper pissed off. We challenged the bastard in some drinking games, but he got careless and didn't stop. Yeah. What they think doesn't matter. Never mind. Give me the flowers. Let me thank you in my father's place. Maybe we could hold a ceremony for Mr. West in the warehouse he was secretly making his preparations in. Sark has rarely go there. Thanks, Magdalene. My guess is that you got the flowers. He's not smart enough. But you should go back. I just heard a group of outsiders appeared in the village a few days ago. Not the Duke's army, but they're armed. The Sarkaz are afraid someone in town could help them. They'll start today's search ahead of schedule. So early? What is she running that fast for? Is she in a rush? For your own good, I suggest you stop bothering her so much. She has her own troubles to take care of. Now go. Sober up in confinement. Oh, Vandella, what are you doing? My men saw you go to the worksite, gardener. Do not exhaust my trust in you. How can I get rid of him? Hope he hasn't found anything. You hung up the clock I gave you. Very good. That'll help you to remember your work hours and not to leave your post. She's the gardener. He's got mud on his hands. Did he turn my daisy soil? I didn't give my subordinates permission to muck around with your greenhouse. Might as well just search out in the open. No need to be so cautious about me. Or are you trying to look for these? Phew, good thing it's just those seeds. These seeds are not on my list of approved transactions. I don't care how you got your hands on these, but I suggest you knock it off with the stupid ideas. From today onwards, we'll deal with any suspicious individuals directly. Why am I even telling you this? Anyway, you better stay in line. Don't do anything stupid. So quiet. It's eerie. Should I turn around and look? I like the flowers you're growing. These roses. We don't have them in Casdell. There's a battle. I need to leave town and I won't be back so often anymore. You must be happy about that. Send these flowers to my tent later, gardener. This coin is my down payment. One last word of advice. Don't go near the worksite at the center of town. These scary men are interested in such fragile flowers? Oh, my roses. The white petals are stained in red blood. Was his hand pricked by the rose's thorns? He didn't feel any pain? Weird Sarkaz. Oh no. It's safe now. Are you all of you okay? She was hiding them. I had a feeling that's why she rushed back. Phew, free at last. Just a tight squeeze inside. Easy. You were just about ready to fight him, weren't you? No, we can't bring trouble so soon. Sorry, Rock. And I'm Feist. I didn't expect them to start looking so early today. I heard there's a group of armed militants outside the town. The two of them look at each other. We're sorry for all the trouble. Magdalene, right? Things here are a little not like what we expected. The situation is a bit awful, I suppose. But there's a surface level peace maintained here. Do the villagers serve the Sarkaz? Rock. Although the face of the young man named Feist shows many signs of battle weathering, I can nonetheless see a fearless courage in his clear eyes. Rock seems to be his partner. I can imagine the two of them fighting alongside each other. It's been some time since I saw such a zealous vigor in this town. It's not a problem. It's true. Our town is working for the Sarkaz. Normal for Rock to be having doubts. You told me you were refugees. I'm guessing you must be more than refugees who escaped Londinium, seeking supplies. Sorry about that. We didn't tell you who you were before. We're with a Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps. Londinium? But what are you doing here? It's a long story, and we'll have time to talk more about that. But first, could you tell me what the Sarkaz are building in the center of town? Our consultant is worried about what's being built there. Feist and I have tried getting closer to the area, but the Sarkaz are guarding the place very tightly. We can only see a giant blood-red crystal. It's much bigger than all the other ones that we've seen in both scale and complexity. You mean the thing we are building here isn't unique to this place? We believe this is one of the Sarkaz combat art circles, but Brentwood's might be more special than that. In lore, is Stainless good at melee combat? Stainless is an engineer. He's a factory worker turned engineer. So, good at melee combat. Yeah, he'd pick a fight and probably lose, but he had Rock there, so Rock probably would have helped him. He'd definitely lose the 1-on-1, but the 2-on-1 with Vendella possibly helping could definitely kick that guy's ass. His op record says normal in physical strength, but excellent technical acumen. Yes, he's smart, but he's not physically strong. I mean, engineers are normally smart anyway. Our forces are planning to strike this place. Our fighters are not in the best of shape right now, but with your help. War. Ever since the news came that the Dukes have made it here, more and more of the town's residents have been talking about the ever-distant war. But they only ever let their imaginations run wild, lamentably away from the Sarkaz's view. They only ever boast in their drunkenness that the Duke's fleets will follow their routes. They whimsically draw on maps to save Victoria. They fantasize about how the Sarkaz will run away from Brentwood as they shout their rallying cries. What exactly is war? I can't see any of it whatsoever in this quiet, Sarkaz-controlled town. I don't want to ever see it either. The Sarkaz are going to be leaving very soon. There's nothing that they could want in our town. Feist, Rock, you two should be on your way soon. It's dangerous for outsiders to be here. You can take the alley behind the greenhouse. The Sarkaz don't patrol that area. Even though Brentwood isn't at the forefront of the conflict between the Dukes and the Sarkaz, the situation here isn't normal at all. Whether it's the change in the movement of supplies to Brentwood for the last couple of years, the almost intentionally ignored geographical location, and the enormous arts node you're building. Where are these original crystals from? How did the Sarkaz come up with such a detailed plan in such a short time? It's a little embarrassing, but we still don't know what exactly the Sarkaz are trying to do. It's not a good thing. Magdalene, if you could help persuade everyone to help, we still have a chance to stop them. Even if it's just helping us figure out the situation of the Sarkaz garrison stationed here. You can stop hiding. Hello, Self-Salvation Corps. Feist. The evacuation route we were planning to take is still open. Let's see how this plays out. We can't give up on this chance to get them on our side. If Celts is right, what the military commission is planning here has to be extremely important. Relax. I was just passing by and thought I would thank my friend. Magdalene, Will says he forgot to say thank you and asked me to thank you in his stead. He's always had those unrealistic fantasies ever since he was a kid. This doesn't feel quite right. It sounds like Will is the drunkard who almost opened up the cupboard we were hiding in. Shh, let's not get into that. Frida, I'll leave these two core members to you. Do you need me to fill you in on their situation? No need. I heard everything outside. Frida, the mayor. The mayor of Brentwood was my father. He's dead. Fortunately, he's the only one who lost his life in this town so far. But I'm afraid I have to turn down your request. I respect your bravery to stand up against them, but I can't put all the town's residents at risk. My father had the same idea, and he's already paid the price. Resistance would only bring unnecessary sacrifice. The Sarkaz camp is not far from the main entrance to the greenhouse. For your safety, please leave quickly. Brentwood will take care of its own. Peace doesn't come easy, and I'm afraid of breaking it once more. Frida, don't you see the problem in that? They made me a promise. They'll leave as soon as their plan is completed. You trust the Sarkaz's word? I have to. Rock, let's go. Feist. Mayor Frida, we will be working in the surrounding area. We're waiting to rendezvous with our other teams. If you need assistance, or if things take for a turn for the worst, you can find us there. That's our promise. Self-Salvation Corps. Magdalene, No, never mind. Frida and I don't exactly know each other too well. She has always been very asocial. If it wasn't for Will making all kind of excuses to drag Frida here to buy flowers from me, I likely would never have even known her. Perhaps like everyone else, I would have seen her as a crazed lunatic who's slaving away for the Sarkaz and dragged everyone else into that along with her. Or could even have forgotten that she's the same age as me. You did save all of us after Mr. West gave his life. I traded everyone's freedom for it. Someone has to be the villain. I am too afraid to give up, even if it only buys everyone a small chance to survive. At the very least, the leader here, the officer who comes to your greenhouse, doesn't kill for fun like the Sarkaz in the rumors. And so I'd rather keep things the way they are. To be honest, I don't know what I should believe myself. Magdalene, I'm really jealous of you. Please forgive Will's stubbornness. He's just being childish. I have never been mad at him. Have you received the seeds I secretly bought for next year's celebration? There's some setbacks, but I have them. That's good. Hopefully they will lead to the most beautiful flowers by the time the year's harvest festival is here. Father planned for this festival for a long time, and I don't want to see his efforts go to waste. Please help me with this. It's my pleasure. Oh, the background changed. I want to know what this is. I can still keep going, so we're gonna keep going. Sorry about the chair. Is it more Vendella time? Yeah, let's go! I'm a fortunate woman. When my grandfather passed away in the sunlight that shone upon the greenhouse, with his favorite flowers in his hands, he had already arranged everything for me. I was going to live the rest of my life as both of us had hoped, in this town, in this tiny little greenhouse. That is, until they arrived. I was incredibly fearful that my life would be ruined, but that Sarkaz gave the order, and so my job remained here in the greenhouse. I'm still the town's gardener. It's been a week since the core people arrived. Likewise, it's been a week since I last saw the officer who would turn the soil for the daisies in town. Good afternoon, Magdalene. Your flowers look just as beautiful as always. Thanks, Hank. Have you seen Will? I'm looking for him. He ordered some flowers the first thing this morning, but he still hasn't come to pick them up, even though it's afternoon already. Will ordered flowers? Oh, they must be for Frida's birthday. He ditched right out around noon. Most likely he left to prepare whatever surprise he has in store for Frida. Don't worry, he'll remember once Frida gives him a scolding. Everyone seems very exhausted. I've been hearing noises around the worksite at night. Has no one been getting any proper rest? The devils are apparently trying to show off for somebody. They're working us to the bone like there's no tomorrow. But I haven't seen any bigwigs visiting either. You're really lucky that you were given a decent job and don't have to suffer like us. She feels a bit guilty about that. I didn't expect us to finish building this in a month just by gritting our teeth a little. It's like a miracle. I'm willing to bet that before, the Londinium lords would have hauled all this into their museums. I used to hate this job. Magdalene, the world has changed. You should try to get on the officer's good side too. You have nothing to lose, pet. Thanks for the advice. I'll think it over. How dare you call her pet? Ooh. He basically just called her a teacher's pet. Oh god, do I hate that. Don't get mad, Soul? Nah. Let me. Hank's suggestions are always so sincere. Less of a teacher's pet, but a literal pet. I know, that's worse. Also, Inky Point, welcome to the stream. I didn't notice that you were a new person that joined. Sorry about that. Vendella stole my attention. I'm sorry. But his idea has left me terrified. At night, whenever I can't sleep, I'm kept awake by the noise coming from the square, as though there's an iron hammer striking my head repeatedly. Simp behavior? Sure, why not? And occasionally I'm jolted awake from my dreams by those strange rocks. I can't help but think back on the worries of those two core people a week ago. Perhaps the Sark has changed more than just the way we live. Uh-oh. Again? How come the cannon fire is sounding closer lately? Heard there's more than one group of folks who want to take over Brentwood. If they come to blows, it'll be a hot mess here again. What's wrong with the way things are now, with everyone getting along? Hope this isn't going to delay our work. Magdalene, finally! That devil who keeps visiting you brought others to wreck your greenhouse. What? Oh no. Why was it him? He seemed like such a nice guy. Ah, they heard something. They got tipped off. Are you done? I said it's impossible for those Victorians to be hiding. Oh, it's not him doing it. It's these guys. These fuckers. It's not for you to say. This house is clearly useless, and it's only still standing because you insist on keeping it around. Who knows what you might be hiding here? We're all fighting to the death for His Highness. But thanks to you and how weak you are, you've been letting chance after chance go to waste. Watch your tone, mercenary. I'm still a member of the royal court and the commander here. Relax. If I find any guerrillas hiding here, I'll let you off immediately and apply to join the royal court on the achievement. Now lose that pacifism of yours. I'm getting sick of it. Their actions are a serious interruption to the Commission's plans for this place. If it wasn't for your setbacks on the front lines feeling their ferocity, the boss wouldn't be having us rush everything to finish our job so quick. So you might as well shut up. My greenhouse. No. Shh. Don't move. Just watch quietly. The black soil burned all of them. The daisies, roses, bluebells. The rhizomes were all mercilessly crushed under their feet. The new buds growing toward the sunlight, too. Frida asked me to plant these seeds for the festival. She was really looking forward to it. She said it would be the biggest harvest festival in 10 years. All of us were looking forward to it. But now, the new buds are no more. Relax, your fingers are bleeding. Don't try to break free. I'm saving your life, gardener. Let her come. Better that she wants to fight. That way I can just kill her and finish this right here and now. You're too soft on this town, Commander. Glaring won't kill me. Ugh, what a drag. Flowers mean nothing to this war. Armories, explosives, incinerators. That's what you really need. The very last new buds here are crushed. Grandfather, we won't have fresh flowers during next year's harvest festival. Not anymore. Let me go. I'm calm. Have you found what you're looking for? Count yourself lucky that I didn't. Then please leave. Thought you'd have a bit more guts than those idiots at the work site. Victorians. Don't move. Your fingers need bandaging. I couldn't stop them. I had some setbacks on the front lines. Soon there will be another here to take over for me. He has other plans for the town. There's an opening in the cement construction about 200 meters to the west of town's entrance. The guerrillas nearly blew it open. They won't give this chance up, so we need to fix this opening by 5 a.m. tomorrow. What a weird sarcasm. Why is he telling me this? The roses can still be saved. You must find a way to plant these poor things again. If that opening piques your interest, take these roses and cut through our camp tonight. It's the safest route. If somebody stops you, tell them you're delivering an order for me. Of course, I'd be very happy if you could stop by and put a rose in front of my tent. Some things should never be ruined, Gardener. My name is not Gardener, Sarkaz. It's Magdalene. Then let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Shovel. Shovel? Remember, Magdalene, time waits for no one. Ah, I like that guy. Man. What an actual cool dude. What we are planting for the Harvest Festival represents hope. That's what my grandfather taught me. The flowers that line the streets during the festival each year are entrusted with everyone's simple wish for a bountiful harvest. There is nowhere else that needs hope now more than Brentwood. This is only the crust of the sad sandwich? Yeah, but it's vanilla. So it's even sadder. I can't leave. His tent should be in this direction. I have to take the flowers there as soon as I can. What's that? What are you doing here? Magdalene! Where are you going with those flowers past curfew? That's the direction of the barracks you're going. Hurry up and leave. It's fine. I just want to come outside for a walk. Right. I heard from Hank that it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Will ordered some flowers for you, but he never came for them. If you see Will, please remind him. Frida? Why aren't you saying anything? Come with me. It's not safe here. Huh? These flowers? Will left them here to mourn my father. I've been keeping the warehouse locked, only occasionally lending him the key when he wants a sip of alcohol. The cannons here. Did Mr. West prepare them for the festival? How magnificent. It's all my fault. Did something happen to him? He was stopped by the devils at the Sarkaz barracks just now. He came to me earlier than usual for some sort of surprise, but when he found out I was going to the barracks to report on our progress, he said he'd escort me there. But the Sarkaz shouldn't have any reason to stop Will. They've never done that before. I don't know. I'm scared. I didn't have it in me to say no when they asked to take Will in. I've been following their every word. I gave them everything they asked for. Why did they want to take him? Why? Did I do something wrong? Maybe they only have a few questions for him. Look at the bright side. They still need him to work for them. Right. That bloody thing isn't completed just yet. I am sure they still need Will. I have to stay here at the barracks entrance and wait for him. Frida smiles. But I'm not happy about this one bit. I know I'm lying to her. I'm sure she knows that as well. However, this is all that we can do right now. These days, we all need that tiny shred of hope to poison our minds. Hope. Frida, did you see that? There's a strange creature climbing on a house's beams. I don't know if creature is exactly the right word for it. It's staring at me with its black body. It's terrifying. Being's feeble limbs are no longer attached to the beams. Finally, it lands on the flowers used to mourn the mayor before it dissipates, turning into a drop of blood, and dyes the flower buds. Was it looking at us just now? Yes, it was looking right at us. What even was that? Alrighty then. Well, 1313 has nothing. Moving on to 1314. Because I'm still good to go. Fear. It's a tolerance that we are naturally born with. Just like how plants are able to adapt to soil that make havoc of their own rootstocks. To shatter our will, they'll need to spread a much great dosage of fear in Brentwood. Frida is the greatest testament. She is so fragile that you can break her simply by bumping into her, but she persisted among that crowd of terrifying men up till now. But I can tell that she needs someone to confide in and vent her fear. Will, he's not mature enough, and it's not very likely he would understand how Frida feels. Perhaps I can help her? You didn't bring my order to my tent, Magdalene. And you didn't leave Brentwood either. A pitiful decision. He seems very feeble, even more so than today, or yesterday. What happened? Why didn't you leave? This is my home. Do you have a new order for me? I can bring it to you along with the flowers last night. You don't have to worry about those orders anymore. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving soon, to fight as the part of the King's army. Alright. Goodbye, if that's what you wanted to hear from me. You're too naive, to the point of foolishness. Everything that I've tried to protect always courts its own destruction. Perhaps I've been wrong from the start. I don't understand what you're saying, Shovel. I used to be incredibly jealous of all of you. Victoria used to be the noblest and strongest nation there was. Naturally, you possessed many great things, and rightfully so. With the metallurgy you originated, and the steam knights, you conquered another empire. With your mystifying art and rich academia, you attracted all of Terra's geniuses. Yet now, you've halted your outward conquest. Now your rulers only indulge in parties and wine, only ever boasting about the medals on their chest. They crush their own glory, and they're destined to be replaced. You still have this wall clock. Time really flies. The town citizens must have all gone to the work site. What do you mean? Your deaths are unavoidable, Magdalene. The Sanguinarch is an impatient man. That's why the ritual was pushed forward, and under that feline's leadership, the mission was indeed completed most marvelously. Everyone here will be the key to the ritual's activation. Of course, that includes you. Ritual. Key. He wanted to save her from being part of a ritual and being part of a death. Like the entire town's death. He really wanted to save her. Well, it's unfortunate. He was stopped by the devils at the Sarkasbergs just now. Do you see that? Blood-colored worm is staring at me. The entire town will be the key to the ritual's activation. key. My soul is trembling. I need to go find Frida. Let me go. You mustn't leave this greenhouse. Wait a little longer, Magdalene. I'll be here with you. Until we bid each other farewell for the last time. Why, the people of the town have never done anything against your wishes. Frida and everyone fulfilled each and every one of your requests. His Highness decided to carry out this war, and your dukes responded. This outcome has nothing to do with us or you. All we need to do is follow our orders. Then let me warn the people at the worksite. Just pretend you don't know anything like before, please. I serve His Highness, and I won't allow you to quash this ritual. Not unless you make it past me, Magdalene. Can you do it, Gardener? He grabs me by the hand and places it on a pair of scissors in his hand. There seems to be a ray of longing burning in the depths of his ashen eyes. What is this prideful man longing for? Release? Pity? Or is it perhaps that word that I can't bring myself to touch? I notice that even though the two of us have spent a very long time together in this greenhouse, I've never actually truly understood this man. But I have to leave now. Just as he said, there is no time. I'm sorry. I can't stand by and watch anymore. Magdalene, where are you going? Why the rush? He really cared for her. But she wanted to save the town, and he had to stick to his orders. Damn it. Is that blood on your clothes? Are you okay? It's fine. I cut my finger while I was pruning branches. Hank, where's Frida? Frida? After she came back from the barracks by herself this morning, she went straight to the Sarkaz officers. She seemed rather out of it, and she kept saying sorry no matter who she ran into. Did something happen? Everyone has to leave this place right now. And the further, the better. What's with all of you being so bloody barmy today? There's no time to explain. I need to tell everyone else. We're almost finished. Besides, if we all ditch work, what are we supposed to do when the officers find us? Fireworks? Where? Who blew that wall open? Is that Frida? Feeling that hole in the pit of your stomach growing heavier? That's the sandwich. It has gluten in it. No, not gluten. Yeah, Also, Frida's doing this because she found out too. Last time I saw such beautiful fireworks, it was the Harvest Festival when I was 10. Grandfather put me on his shoulders and walked through the crowd. Everyone looked up to the fireworks blooming in the sky astonished. Everyone kept quiet, only for the silence to be torn apart by the explosive sound wave a moment later. This is just like that. Frida set off a cannon Mr. West was hiding for the Harvest Festival. There are countless Sarkaz pulling her from behind. Drenched in blood, she's shouting something, but whatever she is trying to say, it's buried by the cannon's loud roar. She is buried by the wave of Sarkaz gushing toward her and torn apart. A flame burning bright in the middle of the day. The cannons keep roaring. A grand ceremony has come to Brentwood ahead of schedule. What just happened? Is there an earthquake? Run! You're bleeding. Bollocks! Stay away. Those disgusting monsters are dripping from your body. What are the Sarkas trying to do? Hank, you can't close your eyes. I'm starting to feel very tired too. So sleepy. I can feel my own blood fluttering out of my body before disappearing into the earth. Magdalene, hang in there. Captain, I got her. Everyone, hold on to the ropes as tight as you can. Do not touch the ground, no matter what. Hurry and help them. The core. Plot twist, Magdalene died. Nope, she's still alive. Fuck you. Magdalene, you can't fall asleep. Rock? This guy's so heavy. Feist, the core. Why are you... Figured something went wrong when we saw fireworks in the middle of the day. They sealed the wall we blew open yesterday, but that cannon gave us a new path. Hold on to Rock's hand, Magdalene. Our forces don't have enough manpower, and we're bringing everyone to evacuate as soon as we can. Oh, Feist, your zipline's even faster than those modifications after those modifications you made. Right. Where's Mayor Frida? We haven't been able to locate her. Frida is... trapped. Why did my zipline start shaking? What about that weak garrison commander? Where is he hiding this time? Well, no matter. I'll take over command. I can feel it. My blood is boiling. No need to contact Ursula's squad. We can take care of these laughable Victorians by ourselves. Kill them all. The garrison here is mounting a counterattack. They're putting more pressure on us than any Sarkas we faced before. How much explosive did old Weiss still have outside? Can he make it here in time to back us up? Probably not happening, not counting the members who laid the zip lines for us. We barely have any fighting men to begin with. Start the crawlers. We need a breakthrough by force. Rock, watch out. Your zip line. Ah. That hurts. Magdalene, are you okay? Can you walk? God, these disgusting things. On the sundering earth, a large number of red worms keep gushing onto the surface. They chew on every soul they reach and suck their blood. This is the prince's blessing. It's the kindness the royal court left for us. In our bodies, our purest blood is now awakening. Let's waste no more time on these Victorians. Rock, you should go. A feline girl named Rock takes out a dagger from her waist and stuffs it into my hand. A large group of Sarkas are closing in our location. Magdalene, get ready to fight. It's not that hard. None of us had any combat experience before. Take a deep breath and make up your mind. Make up my mind. Right. Just like that officer who collapsed among the fluttering petals. I grip the dagger tight. A shot rings out. Artillery fire? I thought we used up all our explosives. Quick, Rock. Magdalene, now! We were contacted by a few old friends. They brought a whole backup unit. They even have our identification code. Identification code? Is it the military? Victorian. Right, the military is responding to the war. It must be a ground of ice-cold men. They're here to kill the Sarkas and save the Victorians. The Exemplars. Hey, it's Siege's squad. A thick rolling cloud of dust is kicked up into the air all over within view. Again and again, bright flashes of light suddenly erupts across the ground. What is that? A tank? I can hear a firm, persevering female voice coming from Feist's communicator. This is Tank Fire Team Horn. All units, make sure to stay clear of my blast zone. Grenade loaded. Firing second barrage. Siege plus Horn Squad, yes. But Horn is technically with Siege, so I'm calling it the Siege Squad. So I don't have to say Siege Horn Squad. Just easier. Technically, Siege is like the big leader right now, anyway. Opening created. Cover the core and all citizens. Horn, continue laying suppressive fire. These art circles. We need to find a way to stop this bloody witchcraft. Vina, have someone else drive. I want to join the Quran combat. Hannah, eyes on the road. Alright, alright. Get the tank as close to the core as the art circle as possible. I'll take care of that thing. Vina! You have other tasks. All units, follow your regular deployment formation. Morgan, Hannah, follow Horn's orders and cut open a path for a tank. Lieutenant Shearer, Dagda, Delphine, take command of the ground forces and form a defensive line. Stop the Sanguinarch's worms. I'm on it. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Mr. Misery, I'll leave the commander of the enemy forces to you. All you need to do is boldly execute your plan. Feist, it's been a while. We shall exchange pleasantries later. I need the core to help set a zip line that will take me above the art circle. On it. We have no time to lose. Let's take care of the strange art circle first. I will leave my rear to all of you. While I was still trying to identify the squad that suddenly came to our aid, the blonde feline has already ziplined to the center of the battlefield. Come on, Kibo. God damn it. She descended from the sky and bombastically made her way into the center of the art circle. Blood-red pillar of light. The sound of rocks blasted apart ring throughout the entire battlefield. Thump. I can see each and every swing of her large sledgehammer in that red light. Forward. The feline's voice ignites the tank's engine. I see a warrior holding a sledgehammer up high, leading the Victorians to retake our land. Look how easy our Victorian tank fire can blast that thing apart. We said as much long ago. Them bloody devils are no match for Victoria's military. Crush them! No, there are too many iridium crystals in town. The mayor's office, the small town square, the library, those things we've been rebuilding day in and day out. We won't make it in time. Is it over? No. It's just beginning. Oh shit. I wasn't wrong. The pillar of red light rises from the building we built and intermingles with the festive fireworks. There's blood-red color boiling in that dark abyss. The similarly red worms are reaching their antennae toward the sky. The art circle has been damaged. The offspring has gone berserk. Seize this opportunity. Infantry units, stop advancing. Escort all citizens out of the circle's range. Tank squad, follow me and push forward. Destroy the remaining crystals in the town and commence search and rescue. She's such a good commander. Hell is invading my town. All while the formation's rumbling tank accelerates and blitzes in on the devils. So what are you gonna do, Vendella? What's the plan here? Oh, who's POV now? Whose POV haven't we seen? We got Morgan. It is a possible one because you get Morgan from this chapter. But they could also go back to someone else. We could be going back to the Doctor here too. Definitely. God damn it, Enki. Yes, definitely not. Of course. I see gravel kicked up by tires, pounding the glass. Similar sights keep retreating from the car window. Muddy earth, dried bloodstains, shell craters we carefully steer around. War flows persistently, like an oil slick set alight. The atmosphere outside the car is tense. Everyone remains silent. The driver is focusing on driving. Paprika sits behind her, occasionally turning her head to cast a worried glance. In the cab, the miner casually oils his weapon. The shopkeep from Kazdel mimics him. He cries out suddenly. Looks like he cut his palm. Amia! We're back to Amia's POV. Man, we have only had Doctor's POV one time. That's crazy. Kazdel has grocery stores, children gazing longingly at candy as they lean against the counter, old folks complaining about the changing price of salt. It makes sense, but I never really thought about those sights before. For me, Kazdel is just a distant memory. When I was little, Babel briefly stopped near Kazdel. Well, the Doctor's more like a minor character in most of the lore, most of the storytelling. Yeah, I'm still surprised they only did it once, and then you got to see the Doctor instead talking to the other characters, which was a really interesting POV, in my opinion. But the Doctor's POV was probably one of the more important, like a very important one. So they did get their spotlight. Honestly, even though they were weak, they still did something that helped. Never even thought about those signs. For me, Kazdel's different memory when I was little. Babel briefly stopped near Kazdel. I only remember it from a distance, a sight like a steel monster crawling through the wastes, leaving debris and thick smoke in its wake. Teresa held my hand and told me that was her home. I remember at the time I didn't know what the look on her face meant. Much later, I talked to the operators about Kazdel. Mudrock called it a barren land of houses stacked on top of each other. Storm Eye talked about an internal furnace and crystal clusters on the city walls. She laughed at an icy laugh and said, "If I were a bunny like you, I'd steer clear of the place." Kazdel feels like a vague symbol, representing all kinds of things. Pain, hatred, oppression, slaughter. I know these are all true, objectively, but they're not everything that is Kazdel. Setting all that aside, I know it's the place where Teresa sacrificed everything. Even Teresa's mastermind behind this war grew up there. What does the Kazdel they envision look like? Logos quietly wipes his bone pen. On the other side, I see Doctor turning to look out the window. What's out there? I tug on the Doctor's sleeve. Doctor, when the war is over, I want to visit Kazdel again. We're choosing for Amia, even though it's only one option. This is very interesting to me. Stop the car. There's something strange up ahead. All units prepare for battle. What is that? In the distance, the town of Brentwood is already coming into view. The crimson light rises from the center of town, staining the surrounding land. The blood-covered veil gently envelops all living things. This feeling, it's the same one that came when we were inspecting those art circles. Banshee, your lordship, what is this? When the war started, no one expected the land to be drenched in so much blood so quickly. Modern warfare, is it? Huh. I'm afraid the vampire has all the prerequisites he needs for the ritual to fall into place. The crystals on the other battlefields were just in nodes resonating with the ritual. All this time they've been looking for its center. COD reference? Fucking what? Ow. God damn it. Brentwood, this little town, has a special place in the vampire's wicked design. Can he handle it, Logos? This is an ancient royal court method, and they have completed the preparations for it. I need time. We haven't exposed our position yet, so we might be able to buy some time, but... Wait. What's that? Fire? There's a firefight in the town there, but who is it? Looks like they beat us here. Rather choppy meeting. The doctor looks calm. Right, after all we've been through, we finally get to stand shoulder to shoulder with our friends again. Lord Banshee, what are you going to do? You'll take care of the enemy, won't you? This power, it's a blessing from His Highness, the Prince of Blood, is it? Sanguinarch. He's blessed the Sarkaz bloodline. Ursine Minor swings his weapon and a sharp whistling sound rings out. He looks a little frightened of his own strike, almost losing his grip on the weapon. The driver and the shopkeep gather around him, investigating his new strength. Paprika moves a few steps toward me. Lord Banshee, I also feel a bit stronger. A little. Is it arm strength? Or my brains? I can't tell for sure, but I just feel kinda... It's a strengthening altar. Witchcraft. We've seen this before, but this one is on a larger scale, and it feels different. Logos, could this have any adverse? Quite unexpected. It does not demand a price of us, at least not one drawn from our own bodies. Then why? Logos looks at the Sarkaz girl. Paprika, was it? What do you hope to use this power for? Well, the more skilled the Sarkaz becomes in war, the more efficient he spills blood on the battlefield. Doesn't matter if it's his enemy's blood or his own. The ritual can continue. The Sanguinarch has prepared for this decisive battle, but Teresa's plan was just for this ritual? Their art circles seem to have come under attack, and the vampiric creatures are going out of control. Yes, a large colony of crimson worms are drilling out from the ground, rushing around in all directions. A good number of them seem to have caught our scent. Leave this to us, Logos. Please look into the ritual for us. Amia, you and the doctor could accompany me. I look at Paprika's team in the distance. Those Sarkaz unaware of the danger here. Let's be quick. Roger. What are you going to do with us? What do you mean? I realized a while ago that, well, the ones who've been captured, are us, right? I know the royal court guys pretty well and give off a totally different vibe. Your name is Amia, right? You and this doctor are in charge. I think you're about the same age as me. So she's about 17? 17, 18, give or take? And I can tell that Banshee is a pretty big deal. I can feel it. You can't fake that. But he's working for you? A few days ago, I met a Capernaum lady who called herself a Sarkaz. Is she with you, too? Because I know Amia's around 17 or 18 at the time of this arc. Because there was like a three-year jump. And she was 14 in the first arc. Just who the heck are you guys? Do you intend to fight us, Paprika? I can feel that the girl is not hostile. Well, I don't know. In the distance, the Sarkaz let go of the sudden surge of power they're feeling for the moment and call out to Paprika. Captain, how did the Banshee get away? What do we do now? The cracks in the earth are spreading towards us. Why did they leave those two prisoners behind? Did the big shots from the royal court trust us so much? Yeah, be on your guard for threats from that direction. I'll keep an eye on these two. You may be stronger, but you still don't know war. Or I guess none of you are ready to fight in this war. Yeah, after all this time, how could we not know? I get a little closer to her, but she seems to misunderstand my intent and retreats half a step. Then, as if making a difficult decision, she holds her ground in front of me. And at this point, I realize she's about the same height as I am. Minus the ears. I'm the captain of the transport team. If we're going to do something to us, you have to start with me. They're just regular people who answered His Highness's call to arms across Terra. They don't even know what they're doing. They just transport the stuff General Manfred says to move. The instant they answered that call, the Victorians would cease to call them regular people. And that's got nothing to do with what they've actually done. I think of the fires in Oderic, the factory pipes in Sudian, the street corners of Norport. The survival of the Sarkaz means the destruction of Victoria. The triumph of Victoria means the cleansing of the Sarkaz. Those caught in the vortex no longer have the power to choose. Their units put under my control by the General. No matter what happens, I have to guarantee their safety. I swore as much to Manfred. The General, huh? Then first things first, let's deal with these out-of-control bloodworms together. Tell your team to fall back. Don't take any chances. These creatures will suck dry any blood they can find. Doctor, stick close to me. I will use my power to clear the way for us, and for them. The fractured, surging land spreads out before us. The vampiric offspring bathe in blood, indulging in the pain. Their bite is the touch of the Sanguinarch himself. I raise my hand and close my eyes. I will stitch together the scarred land. I will hold the whispered fate of the myriad souls in my hands. A black rhombus, a black shadow. Black art surged from my fingertips. These twisted offspring deserve peace. Hey, little bunny, there's a faster way to seal those cracks, you know. W? Bang, bang, bang. It's Sarkaz mercenaries? Watch your footing, Yarnball. It's not a great place to stand. Huh? My advice is to give that lunatic a wide berth when she's tossing bombs around. W's not the type a sweet little Sarkaz baby ought to be close to. Oh, Ines? Thanks, Sinner. Ami? Wait, over your head there, that's... the Black Crown? You're the one Manfred was talking about. I heard Manfred picked up a kid. Guess that was you. These Sarkaz are under my control. You're the captain, right? Hey, let go of me. Who are you? What do you want? We're on a mission for the commission and all the big shots from the court. Great. I'm here to enforce their discipline. Hey there, Amia. And, of course, Doctor. Hodor. What's wrong? Your first face-to-face meeting got you feeling disappointed? He did spend more time playing the antagonist than working our side. I'm not used to it either. No. Thank you for your help, Hodor. We can talk about the other stuff later. As you can see, this little town is quickly becoming a war zone. Yeah, I do see. We've got some important intel to share with you. About this town and the lifeline hidden in its shadows. There are two forces attacking the town's Sarkaz garrison. One is the core, and that closure brought out from Londinium. Looks like my safe house got trashed. Hope that old hag doesn't go peacefully. The other is a force made up of soldiers who once fought for different dukes, along with some workers and refugees. It's a pretty disorganized group led by the Siege. We reached the town to find the battle has mostly subsided. Locos has not yet returned from the town center. Seems dealing with the vampiric rituals no simple task. I catch sight of Siege and Delphine, as well as Misery and Closure, along with fighters from the Corps. When we left Londinium, we never expected this rendezvous in Brentwood would be so difficult for each of us. We make our way to a dilapidated house, but the atmosphere isn't the kind of exhaustion and relief you'd expect a long-awaited reunion with friends. After giving me a quick physical, Kaltz and Doctor take some crystal samples and move to talk privately. The room falls silent, and all eyes turn to Hodor, leaning against the wall alone. The rhythm of his sword sharpening is as steady as his breathing. Delphine recognizes him with a glance. Manfred of the Commission's right-hand man. He was involved in the execution and assassination of many political figures throughout Londinium. Then Hodor tells us about a Faramut brought to Londinium by the Sarkaz. Help. Shh. Quiet down. We all turn to the Sarkaz, who have not yet figured out the situation. Where are we? Victorians? And Sarkaz mercenaries? It's okay. I'm still here. The situation is, a little bit complicated. But you can trust me on this. You aren't actually going to carry this dead weight around for the next phase of the plan, are you? Who are you calling dead weight? I promised Paprika that no harm would come to them. Ugh, Rhodes Island. Same as it ever was. Well, let's have them stick with my mercs. They've had it too easy for too long. Might as well bring some new blood in to have some fun. Hey you, blue-haired feline, what's on your mind? You've been staring at us for a while. Feel like killing us? Go ahead, draw your sword. Not gonna do it? Pfft. If all you want is a Bulgarian standoff, I'm gonna pass. Me and my men ought to hit the road. You can stay here and stay mad. Oh, and by the way, Inez, if you're gonna fight the Victorians, make sure you let me know ahead of time. Wouldn't want to miss the show. Lady Delphine. Amia. Hugh. You're right. I'm glad. I was worried. Amia, I'm sorry. I'm willing to trust Rhode Island's processes in choosing collaboration partners. It's just, I'm an intelligence officer myself. It's not as if I've never heard of this Hoderer gentleman. No, it's not just him. Even Misery and Inez, I can't help but think, I can't accept it. Not at the moment. No, maybe I can't ever accept it. But for now, as I said, I'll trust Vina's judgment. If this is what we have to do, then let's do it. These scars won't be forgotten, nor should they be. The Sarkaz wars have never ended, Feline. Cut the military commission supply lines. Indeed, this has been our goal all along. In any case, this is a way to end the war quickly. And as for this Fairmount, I know what you're thinking. Now that no base is safe, the skeleton can become our key to counterattacking Londinium. We can't take any more of these armies head on, and we can't work around the essentially unbeatable firepower of that airship. So this elusive Fairmount is the best vehicle we could hope for. And at the same time, it's a fortress, and a spear aimed right at the heart. In that case, if we succeed, it'll be thanks to the leaders of this counterattack, and not Sarkaz mercenaries. It seems we have no grounds on which to refuse cooperation. However, from a rational point of view, I understand that there are differences among the Sarkaz. The Exemplars appears to function seamlessly with Misery, but we're talking about individual friendship. We may be able to respect, trust, and even love a few select individuals, but now we stand before a war where all sides have blood-soaked hands. Given enough time, we may be able to determine one by one who has committed war crimes and who is innocent, but we do not have that time. We are in an impasse, Hoderer. Our cooperation will not be so smooth, and that is why we are here. Rhodes Island will serve as a mediator between the two parties, such that we can end the suffering of the Victorian people that this war has wrought, and such that we can prevent the Sarkaz of Kazdel from being dragged back into the abyss. We're not here to force handshakes and reconciliation. We can leave that to the end of this ridiculous war. Platitudes mean nothing. It's actions that will put an end to all of this. This is all very Rhodes Island indeed. I've heard Hoderer has been in contact with Rhodes Island in the past. You've mentioned the place where the Fairmount is docked, among a large number of Sarkaz garrisons. But if we're talking about the plan rationally, a small number of elites would do better than sending workers and street thugs to their deaths, yes? You can speak openly. I won't mind. But my boys won't miss a chance to strike at the Sarkaz. Our armor can draw the garrison's fire. I see Hoderer smiling. It seems that this is a side of siege that relaxes him, at least a bit. After all, he seems to be hiding something. That'll do. Thanks. Hoderer expresses his gratitude, and the discussion comes to a close. Sarkaz mercenary Hoderer. After reuniting with W and Chernobog, Ascalon gave me his complete file. It dates back to the time of Babel. So I trust him. Amia. This is our first formal cooperation with Rhodes Island. Yes, it is. But if I might ask you a question. Sure. You didn't express your worries or concerns just now. Your innermost thoughts are to save lives, to put an end to war and hate. Isn't that right? I've heard that the King of Sarkaz can see into people's hearts. It's different from the ambiguous feeling Inez gets. I probably can't hide it from you. I can respect a Sarkaz who's struggled since the Babel days. I hope you can answer from your own free will. So that's how it is. Yeah. I'm fighting for that future. Very good. Thank you for your answer and your trust. Logos, Calcet, you're back. I've analyzed the vampiric ritual. The results are worrying. It is indeed a blood blessing, using ancient and very fine techniques. The Sanguinarch borrows the witchcraft's power, collecting blood spilled in the war to activate the bloodline within the Sarkaz warriors. He is giving the Sarkaz a constant reminder of our fundamental differences with the other races. It's less amplification and more incitement. But more importantly, I'm afraid he's only using a small part of the power he's collected for this purpose. More energy is going somewhere else, somewhere I don't know. I tried to track it, but the structure of the arts is complex and chaotic. It only points to Londinium. What is he playing at? And that reminded me. At this very moment, at the center of the battlefield, stands a Sarkaz leader even better at absorbing and exploiting death than the vampire. If it was really just about strengthening the warriors, why would they bother using the witchcraft of the Crimson Court? And why use an arts circle? Such that even the towns on the edge of this war get roped in. Do you have a theory? The airship, the Faramut, the shard, and the witchcraft device right here. The doctor concerns are justified. As you said, the Faramut will be our most important breakthrough, and we must take action as soon as possible. Either vampire or Natsuner, even the confessors, they are all exposed to Nightingale in the most unusual way. They are taking risks. There is a reason why the war is being fought at this particular point in time. Teresis is preparing his final trump card in Londinium. Sure, seizing the capital of an empire is already unheard of. But what could it be? Let me start with a fundamental question. A question so fundamental that even the Sarkaz have forgotten it. Why are the Sarkaz so uniquely susceptible to ripathy? Good question. Don't worry. We can keep going. This will probably be the last one. Because there's 2 parts. But then, after that, we got 1, 2... Whoop. My bad. 3, 4, 5 left. Maybe finish here? No. We're doing these 2. Not sure how much you know about the Sarkaz, but you can guess what's up. I don't remember. My memory isn't that great. So I don't exactly remember why. Or I can't think of a reason why right at the moment. But yeah, we're not finishing here. We're going to we're gonna finish at least one of these up. Cause the reason being is because it's the weekend for me, and because I actually came prepared with 2 bottles of water and extra some other things too. I was prepared to push story today. So we're gonna at least do one and then see how it goes from there. Being good, but I generally have to take a shower and go sleep. Hey, there's nothing keeping you out here, alright? You're more than welcome to go take your sleep, go take your shower, and not in that order, of course. The story is keeping me. Hey, it Arknights does really good storytelling, lore, world building, all that stuff. Oh, we're back to Guard. Guard's POV. This is Reunion's POV. Sometimes I think that if there really is a creator responsible for these lands, he's one cruel bastard. He came up with a really awful disease where you feel your body being consumed, gradually being replaced by these crystals, helpless to do anything to stop it. Yeah, I'll get going now and have the VOD playing in the background tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you around. Appreciate you coming. You can feel your very self being removed from your body day by day. You can only accept it. We can only accept it. And this creation of Earthbothy is actually one of the gentler ones across the lands. The infected and the uninfected. 9 tells me our persecution is as old as civilization itself. So what about poor and rich, slave and noble, foreigner and local, disabled and able-bodied, even abnormal and normal? A parasitic disease is scary, sure, but erypathy is the most obvious, the most prominent of the terrible diseases out there. The creator's really awful intentions are poverty, war, bottomless, insatiable greed, the malice and hypocrisy that brings so much suffering, gaps we can never close. But the truth is, we all know, no creator came up with that stuff. Humans, we invented it all on our own. You and me, we created them. Good news or bad news? The good news is that the workshop is still intact. The Force hit it good. The Dukes and the Sarkaz never got to use it as an outpost. The bad news is, someone's living there. I saw lights. I walked up, identified myself, and the lights went out. Might be refugees or deserters. But they put out the lights. That means they're wary of us. Our fighters are ready for anything. No, let's not be hasty. They might just be cautious or fearful. Don't jump to conclusions. And anyway, Red's carrying a pretty long blade. Anybody would want to play it safe. Why don't I go? I'll have a word with them. By yourself? That's enough. The more men we send, the more nervous they'll be. Besides, if they mean us harm, a few more hands won't make a difference. The sky to the south has been red for the past few days. Percival and the others even found an art circle. We need to move fast. There's some risk in that. I know. One sec. Bless me. Sorry about that. I know. But we made it out of Chernobog. Fair enough. We'll be ready to provide support on the sidelines to make a breakthrough. This place was some kind of distillery before the Victorian reunion settled in. I can already smell the booze. Romanek would have loved it. Certainly was a distillery. Secret distilleries like this are common enough in Victoria, dodging around punishing taxes imposed by the lords. They could be used to make crude medication for the infected. Soaking, mixing, distilling herbs would work, but purification? No way. I'm starting to admire the Victorian reunion. They found this place and turned it into a distribution center for medicine. When did they start calling themselves Reunion and build all this? I'm not sure. All I know is that the building is just an old house covered in vines now. No movement around, no lights in the house. Figure flashes by the window. Red was right. There are people here, and they've spotted me. I dust off my clothes and fix my hair, trying to look more presentable. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Hi, I'm Guard. I've got a team nearby. I'm pretty sure you saw them earlier. Don't worry, we mean no harm. The Victorian reunion used to use this workshop to make medicine. It brought hope to a lot of infected around Londinium. Its medicine even circulated among the workers in the sewers below the city's industrial districts. Whoever you are, you know the war is turning a lot more people infected. We want to get things going again here to help them. Since you're occupying the place, we need your cooperation. We can provide medicine or other supplies. We'll trade fair. Still no response. The doorknob turns, and I grip the hilt of my sword. After everything we've been through, I know it's pretty likely I'll be staring down a pitchfork or hatchet next. I'm numb to that sort of thing now. The door opens. Reunion, you said? Your clothes. Who are you? Maze. Come in. Holy crap. This place is huge. There are more people hiding inside than I guessed. It's quite a large group. Quite a group. Some of them are obviously infected, while others leaning against the wall are probably ordinary refugees from the city. They're all looking over, silently watching me and the woman in the Victorian reunion uniform. Look away and clear out. The crowd falls back, and Maze leads me past their collective gaze. These people are terrified. Are you in charge here? This place is under my control. Let's find a place to talk. Victorian Reunion. Percival is in Victorian Reunion too. Our organization doesn't exactly have franchising procedures, and once word of the name spread around, the Reunion flag started popping up in all sorts of places. That also means there have been various acts of violence, acts of revenge, taking place under the Reunion name. The kind of thing that happened in Chernobog. I started looking at this Maze. She seems nervous. Her gait is unnatural. We're in the deepest depths of the workshop. Here we are. Nobody comes in here. So you're Reunion. The real Reunion. You come from up north? From Ursus? Yes, Ursus, Columbia, and now we're in Victoria. That's a ways. Your uniform, it's... I used to bed sheep. I ran into a group of Ursus before. They said you dress like this. I think I got the emblem right. Looks a bit big. Did you come here to mock my handiwork? So you could control this place just because you dressed up in the garb of infamous Reunion? Let's get to the point. I don't have much time. You want to get this place up and running again? To start making medicine? Yes. If news got out that Reunion is running the place again. No. Things are more complicated than you know. We have all kinds of people here. I'm worn out breaking out daily fights between infected and uninfected. And you want to make infected medicine? You might as well blow the place up. It's hard to keep a balance between them. You're Reunion, aren't you? Or at least you claim to be. More or less. Who are your people? What else would they be? Homeless, infected, war refugees, people who have lost everything? We all need a roof over our heads. I first came here with a few other infected. We found this ruin. Later, more people came, including some less than honest folk. We don't take anyone else in anymore. I'm glad to see you Reunion comrades, but I don't want to worry anyone here. Worry? That you're conspiring with us to wipe out the uninfected in our midst. Whether or not it's just a pretext to get us to open our doors to you, we can trade supplies, but let's leave it at that. There are plenty of uninfected here, so I get what you're saying. But I still think it would be a good idea to talk it over with your people before you come to a decision. As long as we can get back to making medicine here, we can come to a long-term agreement. No, thank you. Now, off with you. It was nice meeting you. If you want to take this place, you're welcome to it. So long as you can take it. I can't see her expression behind the mask. Maybe she's just bluffing. Alright then. But I turned around, nevertheless, getting ready to leave. Hey, Reunion. Yes? Is Tallulah with your group? She is. Another Tallulah worshipper? Sure enough, she's our banner, and that's her cage now, too. I hear she has a nomadic city. Does that city of hers only take infected? If you haven't been infected, are you allowed to go there? I've heard from the passing caravans. I've heard it's a nice place. There's some people here in less than ideal positions. Refugees from the wilderness, orphans without a single relative. Talk of that Reunion City has everyone full of hope. But you only stand with the infected, right? A city? There might be a misunderstanding here. Maze, do you know what they did? Did you tell them to do it? Have you gone mad? What are you talking about? Those idiots. He might have been a fighter in the war here, or some big important figure here to doom us all. We might just be a couple hours out from a battalion of Sarkaz coming here to wipe us out. What's going on? Are you with Reunion, like Maze? It was you, your people. Those infected, they killed the Sarkaz in the warehouse. Bollocks. He was infected too. He's going to explode, right? We need to deal with him. I'll take a look. Go quickly. You should be able to help. On the ground lies the corpse of the Sarkaz. I know this guy. Sarkaz who rode a motorbike. He was a junkman, going around selling stuff he took off the dead. He was clearly beaten to death, limbs twisted up in unnatural ways. His hands are tied. He must have tried to break free, judging by his bloody wrists. The gathered crowd is mostly silent. I feel a chill, leaving me briefly speechless. He's dead. The Sarkaz aren't so strong. Here, the medicine he had on him, and some stale bread. The one who did the killing doesn't look well. He indifferently breaks off a piece of bread and hands it to someone beside him. He deserved it. Someone spits on the ground. One of them noticed me, approaching while chewing a piece of bread, taken off the dead man. You're with your union, aren't you? Maze never told us how we could join you. I remain silent for a while, calming myself down. I lower his hands for him, spotting the iridium crystals growing on his arm. Why'd you do it? Did he threaten you? Try to hurt you? Huh? Why? It's as if he suddenly loses interest, stumbling over to a nearby crate and taking a seat. When the Sarkaz burned our farm and humiliated my daughter, did anyone ask why? He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't a murderous devil from Kazdel. He was just a wandering hawker, selling his wares on the battlefields. He even helped you. Huh? What does he mean? Was he reunion too? I am reunion. I am reunion. You lot must know what it is reunion fights for. Sure, you're fighting for all the infected. This man that you tortured to death. The one who never even got a chance to share his name. Wasn't he an infected? But he was Sarkaz. Medicine and compassion cannot help the infected in a way that matters, but solidarity and strength can. Solidarity. Affected have no homeland. We share the same fate, the same sorrow. These people don't understand. They've never thought about it. But what about us? Will the veterans from Ursus on the team treat the infected from Casimir as well? Can Sancta infected coexist with Sarkaz? Even at Rhodes Island, What about the future? If we succeed one day, and the Emperor of Ursus vows to stop massacring the infected, if he agrees to grant us land and cities, in this beautiful, seemingly impossible future, will the infected start killing each other? Will we fracture, collapse, and give them another chance to butcher us? Hey guard, his corpse. It's glowing. He's about to disintegrate. I had no idea his condition was so serious. Or did he really not leave any medicine for himself, trying to save money for some future that would not be his own? Get out of here, now! Run! Maze, how do you process the infected here? That room, the innermost one. Hurry, we have to throw him in there. Damn it all. I need a second. Protection. For the nose, mouth, and wounds. Maze and I lift the Sarkaz's corpse and kick open the door. Upon opening it, my personal Iridium monitor started beeping incessantly. Never heard the alarm going so intensely before. Just how many infected were processed here? Every inch of the room is covered with a thick layer of Iridium dust. Crystal clusters forming in the corners. Danger is no longer sufficient to describe the urgency of the situation. It kind of sucks that even through infection, racism is still prevalent. Yup. I don't know when things are going to get out of hand for this place, but putting a disintegrating infected in there is definitely not a good idea. No good. Move, move. What are you doing? Why is the body... There's too much Iridium in here. How many infected have been processed in this room? Well, it was years that were being processed in there. There's Iridium dust in the air. This place won't survive a violent disintegration. Get everyone out, now! What? Don't you get it? The original environment here is extremely unstable. This place could blow it at any minute. So we leave? And go where? Everything out there is... There's no time. We're talking about reunion here. They have an entire bloody nomadic city. Run, get them all moving. I've contacted some of our teams on the outskirts. They'll take some of you in. Ugh, there's still some booze left in the distillery. There's an explosion. The whole place is going with it. I thought... Hey, Maze, where are you going? The woman dressed in a reunion uniform is struggling with the machinery in the deepest depths of the workshop. What are you doing here? Help me pull that lever. Did you work here before? But you're not infected. Thanks for not exposing me. Pull harder. Where did you get that reunion outfit? This used to be a reunion base and so many died here. Don't test my patience. I didn't do anything. That's what they all say. I was a worker here. That reunion lot took over the distillery and they needed hands to run the machines for them. It's just the mercenaries hired by the Lord attacked, and I ran. I'm not infected. Why should I die here with those reunion? So why did you come back? Why? Because I had nowhere else to go, damn it. What other reason why I end up trading my life for a secret distillery? I'm not infected, but sometimes I feel I'd rather be with reunion. At least they have something to fight against. They have a purpose. Pull harder. It's stuck. First, open the switch for this unloading port. Reunion left a whole lot of material. The doctor said that this was the cheapest painkiller formula. They were working on it for a long time. It only relieves pain, but that's enough, right? With this, can I be a genuine part of reunion? That is, I might be allowed a home in your nomadic city? Nomadic city. I take a deep breath and throw out a kick. It makes me sore. The lever finally loosens. The machine comes to life. The giant hopper tilts to one side, and what falls out of it is countless petals. She hurriedly picks up the herbs scattered across the ground and carefully piles them in her arms. If I don't consider where exactly I am, I feel like this could be a beautiful sight. Just like that city. We don't have a city. But those reunion guys all said. But... Well, I mean, I'm in a city, you know, people without a home, people with nowhere to go. The infected across the world are growing more and more numerous. It's not that the disease is becoming more virulent, it's just that the world is becoming more cruel. The great worthies have so much to say about the modern era we live in. An unprecedented era of high-speed battleships, nomadic cities, of industry. How enlightened our era is. How tragic our era is. Stand together. Can the infected really stand together, naturally? Who do we stand with? Is it just the infected? That nomadic city we're dreaming of, does it have a place for them? Is a city enough to accommodate everything? Take the herbs. We need to leave. There's no application to join a reunion. If you're willing to fight side by side with us, you're already reunion. But I'm not infected. It's not only the infected who want to resist. And besides, I need to help me figure out who killed that Sarkaz man. They need to be punished. Now come on, let's go. We make our way quickly through the gigantic tanks. Some places have already started collapsing. The air is full of the pungent scent of alcohol, with smoke floating in from somewhere. This workshop, where the Victorian reunion began, is about to go up in flames. We're almost there. Quickly now. The waves of intense heat hit. May struggles to stay standing. The herbs in her arms are lifted by the hot air. My... Above our heads roars the sound of buckling metal. Well, alright. I push her away. Then I jump with all my strength and gather up the petals. A collapse. It's hot. The sun is burning. I'm burning. Is that the exit? A few steps further. But they're watching behind me. Those eyes, are they judging me? Or just judging my insignificant death? What did they expect of me? I can't think about it. I can't. Maybe I let them down with their deaths. They should hope for a more meaningful end for me. Like I don't know. Dying on the steps of the palace in deity Grifferberg? Anyway, not here. Not dying for an uninfected woman I just met, holding some broken petals in my arms. How could I face them here? But I still need to face them. Take them, and go. The exit is right ahead. Don't lose them this time. I might have crushed some of the petals. Give them to a woman named Nine. She knows what to do. Don't dawdle. Move. It's hot. It burns. I remember the afternoon where I first learned I had erypathy. What was it exactly that caused my infection? I still don't exactly know. Maybe it was the time I fell in the river and something scratched my leg. Might have been an active iridium crystal inside of a rock. Maybe it was the dust I inhaled in the mines. Maybe it was the industrial waste from the factories. Maybe. But when I got home, the smell of smoke in the room hadn't dissipated. My luggage was packed and placed on a table where we usually ate together. I found a salt lake, but I wasn't lucky. Maybe I chose the wrong place. There was no boat at the time. I owe a lot to the Rhodes Island operator who came over and talked to me while I was sitting by the lake. 9. Red. Percival Tallulah. I'm not sure if I'll be burned to cinders by the time you find me, but I hope this recorder survives. You ask, are we fighting for all the infected? Whether they're despicable, upper class, or even royalty? Or all the people we unite with, the people we want to fight alongside? Only the infected. Only them? Damn, man. One more for tonight. One more. I also can't just leave it at that. Lungman. When I was still in the LGD, I used to spend my afternoons going around the city. Oh, are we doing Nine's POV? No way. I knew very well my duty, what I was expected to fight against. We wielded law and order as our weapons to curb chaos, resolve disputes, fight crime and right wrongs. Back then I thought people were just so easily corruptible. All of us were born pure and without flaw. But evil creeps in with age, like how mold corrodes every branch and leaf on a planet. Or on a plant. It is 9, let's go. I used to think this land could be rid of evil. If we were strong enough, selfless enough. I held that belief, till I became infected. Till I went to Lungman slums. And I realized that justice is even weaker than men are. When mutated plants grow from dirty soil, are the flowers in the greenhouse qualified to critique their twisted forms? Do they have the authority to cut off their branches? There is no way we can talk about the same kind of justice until we share the same soil. Hurry, get everyone out of the building as far away as possible. My stuff's still inside. It's all my family has. What stuff? Pillows and a mattress. The last of my belongings I took from home. Are you mad? Follow me to the back where it's safe. You haven't gotten infected yet, right? Better count yourself lucky for that. The crowd's so chaotic. There's so many people running out from there, we don't know who's infected and who isn't. There might even be some wanted fugitives among them. We don't know where they even came from. And this fire, we're not far from the battlefield. He knows what kind of attention we'll attract. We could leave right now. We're not responsible for this fire. 9, make your decision. People are screaming, crying, falling into the mud, and crawling back up to their feet. The fire burns a rosy red behind them. It was an infected who started the fire. Some infected exploded. It's that distillery. What's that got to do with us? Wasn't it you lot who brought that sarcasm here? Not us. It's all because of you infected. We could have him here for so much longer if it weren't for you. What the bloody hell did you just say? Did you already forget who took you all in? You dare strike me? You... Enough! Incessant bickering. Endless verbal abuse. If you don't want to move, I can send you back into the fire. Reunion? You and Maze are the same gang. If it weren't for the infected, if it weren't for you infected, and what if we weren't infected? Open your eyes. We're not the ones who caused you to lose everything you owned and made you huddle together in an abandoned distillery with nothing but the clothes on your back. We're no different, except for the stones in our bodies. We had everything taken from us by this disease, but you haven't experienced how hard it gets. And yet here you are in the same wretched plight as us. What do you know? Ever had a finger chewed off by a machine on the assembly line? Been thrown out of a factory? Had your house burnt down by some lord? You yell about the injustices you suffer, but you're not the only ones who live unfair lives. The Viscount who burned down my home, everyone says his son actually has neuropathy, but so what? A big wig like him just sent his son to a fancy hospital in Colombia. But us, me, he burned down my house with my 2 children inside of it, just because I couldn't pay my taxes, just because I talked back to him. And no one dares to care, because he's high and mighty while I'm disabled and poor. They be trauma dumping to see who has the most trauma. Yup. You're not the only ones who enslaved by your fates. So why does it seem like you're the only ones who can actually stand up to those bullies so brazenly and even kill them? Why? Because we don't want to remain enslaved in those chains. No one ever said you couldn't fight against it. There's no way I could do that. I don't have your Originium arts. Don't make excuses for yourself. It's not like every infected comes with powerful arts. 9. We're already grouping up. How are we evacuating? Tell Red to bring a few of his men to monitor our surroundings. The battlefronts near us are currently at deadlock, so the warring parties might be unable to spare any manpower to inspect a distant fire. Percival, help me calm down the people who just escaped. Get their names as you examine and provide medical treatment. We'll stay here for one more day at most to be safe. I got it. I'll help. I'm familiar with burns and respiratory blockage. Oh, we haven't been able to contact Guard yet either. We're not sure if he made it out. Don't worry, I'll find him. We both made it out of Chernobog after all. 9. The concentration of dust particles. I was already rushing toward the burning distillery. I've entered a scene like this before, back in Lungmen, multiple times. As an LGD officer, and as a slum resident. Fire means loss, and also destruction. I always see tears falling upon charred remains. Sometimes they're from infected, and other times they're regular citizens. And at moments like these, rumors will spread through the spectating crowd. The casualties were a few infected, or perhaps they were regular civilians. Maybe it was infected exacting revenge on his neighbors who had harassed him, or maybe his uninfected neighbors were fed up with all the sick people hiding just next door. But no one has ever questioned why fires uptown are always extinguished as soon as possible. While the big blazes that destroy several buildings and cause an unclear number of casualties always happens in the slums. I burst through the distillery's doors, and I witness a portion of the building fiercely collapsing not far from the exit. A single hand extends from the metal and debris, holding onto Guard's recorder. Or are the people we unite with the people we want to fight alongside? Only the infected. Only them? We infected are just the culmination of all the decay there is. We gather as one because of our shared experience. But what unites us is not just disease. Let's say we meet a noble, abusing his power to exploit the people. How would we treat him if he was actually an infected? We can't use our infection as our sole criterion and slogan. Our companions must share the same belief. We will not only retaliate against the humiliation we've suffered, but also liberate the same people who have caused us pain. We're not the only ones enslaved across the lands, so we should stand with them together. We need to get them to stand with us. We can't just fight against disease. What should we actually be fighting against? What are we building here? Many years ago, when I had just become infected, I really loved drinking. Back then, Ace warned me if I had carried on with that hobby of mine, I'd die with my drink someday. And here I am, in a distillery. Nine, you've replayed it so many times now. I know. Tallulah, I've been wondering, If we really did manage to build a city for the infected, what would it look like? Are you sure it wouldn't be a hospice at its core? All we need to do in that city is to wait for everything to be covered in a blanket of dust, from our deaths to come one by one. Yes. We can't just wait for our ends to come like this. 9. Tallulah. What is it? I'm thinking of leaving your group for a bit. Yesterday I met some people among the refugees who escaped from Londinium. They mentioned some matters I'm very concerned about. That maybe someone has been seeking this whole time is still hiding in there. So I'll be heading over. Londinium isn't safe at all right now. I think Tallulah already told you about me. You're long-lived. Yes, there's no way for me to die. I've become more and more sick of this reality of mine. You want to kill yourself? How did you get your longevity in the first place? Longevity, huh? How did I first come to realize the joke that fate played on me? I had my share of happy days, too. I came to know the one and only wife I've had children, a family, devoted my heart and soul to arts research. Of course, I was the primary focus of my studies. My children grew up while we grew old. Everything was going as natural order of things. Until my wife died in an accident, war broke out, and I was forced to leave my children. I suddenly realized in the years I spent as a refugee that I hadn't changed at all. The emperor started a war. A king was hanged years later, and then the duke's conspiracies came to light. Afterwards, sarcasm. I didn't change a single bit in all those years, till today. I have nightmares every day, and in them I hear a voice I don't recognize. Or maybe it's every voice I recognize calling out to me together. Pain makes you live forever, and only happiness can kill you. Actually, I was already aware of this early on, but what can I even do to feel happiness and relief? Especially after witnessing death after death, and experiencing tragedy after tragedy. We're in an era of suffering and despair, so I shall go look for those hiding behind the curtain. I have no right to make you stay. But there is no need to say your goodbyes so quickly. If you wish to return to the nexus of the war, we might not have to go our separate ways. Is that so? Thought you would return to Columbia after gathering up enough hands. Running to another place would never put a stop to anything. Fair enough. Perhaps the foes we're facing are fundamentally similar. Also, leave a bouquet of flowers for Guard on my behalf. I will. I'm so sad for Guard. He was such a cool character that came back. Started in chapter 0. We saw him again in chapter 7. He came back in this arc. Now he's gone. The chapter where we got to see a face reveal. And he's gone. Fuck. 9. Percival, you. I'm fine. I just got some smoke in my eyes. We're done registering the 3rd batch of infected, and all 7 of them have gotten medicine from this workshop before. Someone tell me the signs of why Percival is so hot. I need help. Pose. The hair fitting the face very well. Pink hair sometimes could be a factor. I'm just mentioning the things that I like about the character. But yes, I do think she is hot as well. Moving on. They told me many infected used to gather and live in a tiny village near this forest to access the workshop. When the workshop was destroyed, most of them left or died, but some still remained close by. They were all drawn here by the huge blaze. Indeed. A look at the petals given to me by the person they called Maze. The reunion doctors here spent their life here for these herbs, and according to her, Guard also died for them. I recognized most of these plants. The infected used to chew on them for pain relief before modern pharmaceutical companies were a thing. Perhaps the most effectiveness of our crude drugs can improve by referencing these, even if just a little. We can't simply wait for an end, watch ourselves wither away. There's more work to be done. Guard. We didn't manage a clean conclusion on our last discussion, but I have to make a decision on my own now. 9? We want to hold a little farewell rite for Guard. It won't take much time to do so. Right. I'll make some flowers bloom here. The enormous blaze burns throughout the night. We finally abandon our efforts to recover Guard's body. Red finds a beautiful sturdy tree, its trunk perfectly pointing up toward the sky. He digs a hole and buries that cute towel of Guard in it. Flowers grow around the freshly dug soil. The floral patterns on the tower were too crude. A garden like this suits him better. I'm done questioning everyone that came out of the workshop. The Sarkaz who died in the underground warehouse, the one who rode the motorbike. He was murdered by a few infected Victorians. They were driven out of their homes by the Sarkaz. Some of them lost their loved ones too, so they felt rightfully furious, and I calmed them down a little. What's the plan? Back in Ursus, everyone used to think it was through the power of unity that Reunion managed to fight together with the patrol units, taxmen, and mine guards. That wasn't the case. We simply had no other choice left to break the knife pointed at our throats. Reunion used to act on our enmity, but our targets of hate have both become increasingly vague and broad. The infected have no homeland, no identity, no bloodline. We can't just carry on with just a provocative slogan. We need to set clear guidelines and principles. Guard and I discussed about this before. He said to ignore the infected in positions of power, because they still enjoy exploiting others with their authority and see disease as only a tool. And that we should also grant the same kind of liberation to any oppressed people, and not just our sick brethren, because they can fight alongside us, and will need their strength to put up a fight. Chernobog has taught us enough. He was always thinking so much about this. I thought he could really take us to achieve some great feats. He will, even if he's dead. He merely died when he was still seen as insignificant and deplorable. Hey, Acta. Just be warned of what is being spoken about. I do appreciate you coming, though. It's okay, I'll probably forget anything that is being said. I hope so, because this is major.
We're at the we're getting very close to the end here. We will be stopping after this stage though, which is literally after the dialogue finishes. But something major literally just happened. So I do hope you do forget, just for your own sake. What chapter are you on? Out of curiosity. Chapter 9. Oh! Then I do hope you forget. Got a lot of chapters to go, but I wish you the best of luck. This chapter has been quite depressing. Took a hiatus for half a year and I'm lazy to story right now? That's fair. Well, in less than half a year, chapter 14 will be out, so I'm looking forward to that and I'm trying to catch up. Not to mention that Rainbow Six is also right around the corner. So, I'm gonna continue. Thank you for coming. Great collabs coming soon. Yeah. Caught up to most, if not all, CN content. Nice. Alright. What about these murderers? Those murderers. People who are who violently vent their grievances unprovoked cannot join us. It was war that turned them to brutality, even if they were just Victorians before. If we let this slide, what will happen to our group next? Ursine, Columbian, Victorian, Lithuanian, Feline, Paro, Libri, Capernae, Sarkaz. Power should be distinctly directed toward a common goal, then become cracks of resentment that gives others a chance to dismantle us from within. Buldracosti and Ursus should have taught us this lesson. They will be banished. They will have to find their own paths by themselves. Reunion will make sure of it. I understand. I'll relay that to everyone, and I'll handle those murderers too. Tallulah, there's an infected I used to know, who comes from an eminent lineage and held a distinguished position. But she threw it all away in her quest for fairness. You know her. Everyone here has heard of your ideas. Reunion's earliest vision, exaggerated, distorted. But what we want is not a nomadic city for the infected. What we want is to send a message to all the aristocrats and oppressors, those trying to divide, suppress, and eliminate us. The blade they so despise hangs high above their necks. Our goodbyes have already been said. This isn't the first, nor will it be the last. Let's go. Our work in Victoria isn't done yet. There was at least 3 chunks of depression in this part 3 of me reading the story. 3 chunks. Fuck. But we are almost done. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 and a possible 5th. And by the way, when I mean 1, there's only 1. But so yeah, there's only 5 more to read. before we're done with chapter 13. And of course the boss, because I have yet to beat it. So hopefully next time we get all that done. We finish the story, we beat the boss, and we should be prepared for when Babel releases. And of course chapter 14 after that. Active VT, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming to the stream. Even though it was only for a short time. Though I am glad it was for a short time because of spoilers. And at the very end, I'm only glad for that part. I'm sad it had to be at the end of the stream. Short but sweet. Man, I wish it was... your revival was short but sweet, but what I was reading was not short and sweet. It was neither of those things. But we made a lot of progress today. We got from... fucking, where's the tutorial? We got from 13.7 all the way to... which one did I just read? All the way to 13.17. A lot of progress. Shaking in my boots thinking of how much I have to read. Honestly, like, if you just get into the story, the reading won't be as bad. You just gotta find the motivation that makes you want to experience the story. And once you find that motivation, you'll complete all these in no time. On another thing, streaming reading the story is another thing entirely, because it takes it out of your voice. For example, my throat is dead. I have to be done. I can't do another section of reading. I was thinking of maybe doing that, but I don't know anymore. You could stream, like, not reading it out loud. It's a thing that some people do. People will still stay for you and for, like, your commentary on the story. Because that's a thing. Like, reactions are still a thing. People do it all the time. I just want to read it out loud because that's what I do. Besides, I kind of want to work on my voice because I do a lot of singing anyway. So this is just a good opportunity. And people actually seem to like my voice. I am pretty sure there is 2 people in here that are probably asleep because of me talking and reading the story. There's at least 2 people. Singer and a gamer? Yes. I do sing. I have a cover on my YouTube, though it's only for Honkai Star Rail right now. In the coming month, within the next month of September, we should have another cover out for Arknights, though. My mixer is working on that at the moment. Well, not at this time, but working on it. Can I ask which song from Arknights? No. I can say that as soon as it's done and they're not busy, there's another one going to be worked on. And another, and another, and another. And possibly another. Because, fun fact, I've already recorded 5 songs. I'm just waiting for him to mix them. And I really love singing. I just had to choose songs that I could actually sing. Over working your mixer for real. To be honest, he had a whole month vacation, and he's also doing this for free, so it's all on his time. He also does mixing for other things too. He has his own YouTube channel. I think the Arknights Music Man is their YouTube. I can look for it right now, actually. It's also on my cover on my YouTube. His link. Arknights Music. Yeah, that Arknights Music Man. I'm just gonna I'm gonna put their link in the chat anyway, even though you've already found them. Just better that I do that. There we go. Yeah, he's great. And then I also have an editor that is going to work on the video itself. It won't be like a heavily edited video. It'll just be like the song and like some kind of like what the first cover was, of course. I don't have money to like pay for something huge and gigantic and animated. I do have a thumbnail already ready for the first cover, though. There's a lot of songs I want to cover from Arknights, but there's so many to choose from. I don't know what for a first cover. That's fair. Yeah. I'm excited. I only did songs that I knew I could sing, because I can't do like the duo songs or the rapping songs or something like that. But I chose some newer-ish songs. Like, I had this planned for quite a while, to be honest. Like, the cover that will be going out first for Arknights, I had planned on doing this cover since it came out in CN. And that was a while ago. I'd say it's at least a year old by now. I just want to confirm that to make sure it's true, though. I won't say more than that, by the way. Yeah, since it came out in CN, it would be over a year old now. You might have an idea of what it is. You might have an idea, but you won't know it. Man, you're right. Of course. There's only like 3 or 4 people that know what song I did first. The first person is the one who made the thumbnail 6 months ago. Or even further back than that. Then there's the mixer. Then there's the editor. And then there's a friend. That's it. Those are the only people who know. I've been keeping a tight lip on all the covers that I will be doing. But I will be releasing them. I'll be releasing the first one as soon as it is ready, and then we'll see from there. I might space them out, but I don't want to space them too far out because I want one of them in particular to come out with a certain event. Again, that's the only hint you're getting for that one. But time to do some digging. Good luck with that. I have not said a word on any of these. But it is a good time to work on stopping the stream, so I'm going to find someone to raid. Oh, Goody5, as usual, is always a good option. Because they're always doing Arknights after I'm done. Seems like. How dare they? So yeah, I think we'll just do Goody5. Goody5's a cool guy. I do appreciate you coming and following, and I do hope to see you next time. It won't be tomorrow because I have something I'm doing off stream tomorrow, but maybe Monday or Tuesday is the possible next stream day. However, if you want to, I do have a Discord, as you just asked. And yeah, see you there then. As soon as I type in the fucking name. Because I am so fucking slow at this. Just making sure I typed it right. That's a 3rd time I sneezed today. Alright. See you guys next time. Enjoy Goody's stream. Peace out.